All right, as we
It's
left off,
bacon, bitch.
you guys were standing on a small plateau as you were overlooking the Valley of Carnage and Vestus's apparent home realm. Not much is known about where you are yet. Haven't had a lot of time to talk because immediately when we left off, we are being attacked by what appears to be three, not overtly large, but flaming wyvern-looking like creatures. You don't have a whole lot of time to prepare, but you will have at least one round's worth of actions before they're upon you. They're diving pretty fast.
How many did you say?
Three.
Three?
Mhm.
How high up in the air are they?
I don't want to do the math on that, but a couple 100 feet diving quickly.
Since I'm a support caster, I can cast 2 spells in my first turn, as long as one of them targets willing creatures. So I'm going to share the love with everyone, giving them their chosen stat, and then I'm going to cast Mage Armor as well.
Okay, good deal.
As prepared.
We changed your mage armor. It's not like
Yes,
there's him,
it's
a standard
different.
reduction, right?
Yeah, it's much better.
Yes.
And then bonus action, go ahead and cast Shillelagh as well.
Rock and roll. Okay. Now, after we establish the action for your prep round, we'll need everybody to roll initiative.
For my prep round, I'd like to hide.
A prep round.
I'm following a stance.
Are they in any particular formation?
Not particularly. They're almost in a V formation, but they're not organized per se. They're coming from the same direction. They're kind of grouped together.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, for my prep round, I'd just like to hide.
Okay. Roll a stealth check and then an initiative for me.
Oh,
Yeah, those both suck.
so you're gonna love my stealth. 175.
Holy crap.
I have 48.
With my advantage.
And my initiative is 17. 64.
64. Tally. What was yours again, Ron?
48.
Okay.
I rolled an 18 on stealth.
I rolled a 5.
Yeah.
Do your initiative yet?
I can just imagine like Aurora like going, oh, I'm gonna try and hide, and then just like Tyler just disappears with ease.
My bonus round, I want to fall into stance,
Okay.
lightning stance. And can I dash?
As your prep action?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to dash towards the wyverns.
They're in the air.
Yes. There's a further complication with that. You would have to dash down the valley towards the carnage. You would effectively be reading further going down.
All right.
You know what, Steve, if you allow it, I'd like to make a prep move. It's sort of a reach. It's going to be a 1 in 3 thing. My great sword mastery allows me to go into a stance, choose a monster, and if it comes within my attack range, I can use a reaction to attack it.
Okay.
But it has to be the one that I choose.
Okay.
So I'm gonna grab the blade of my great sword and set it up to receive a charge. And I'm gonna choose one of them that are in the group. Yeah.
Okay. Left, right, or middle? Middle one's closest.
Yeah, I was gonna say middle.
Okay.
I feel like
And I rolled a 20 for my I rolled 20 for my initiative
Natural or total?
total.
Okay.
You didn't like it. That's okay. You can do it better than me.
Since Bestis had been tap dancing around topics of conversation when we noticed the Wyverns approaching, almost without missing a beat, you noticed the approaching threat and immediately start casting, as you do, seasoned warrior. As you guys start making preparations for battle, Bestis claps his hand once, turns to Rio, and he says, "So, Red ladies, we will be back." And he snaps his fingers, and the two of them, Brasana and Makiko.
My girlfriend's been stolen for the second time in the past 24 hours. Okay.
Oh, Aurora's gonna be
Comes
pissed.
before we- Like directly. You.
I'm only 2 steps ahead of you.
Actually, directly before you is the fastest of the three bad guys.
Oh, they rolled in between us.
I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. Oh, that's because I wrote down initiative instead of Chico. I'm here, I promise. We are still missing Gildred, but he's technically not present.
Yeah.
All right, that being the case, we've got you represented on the battlefield, Talia, but you obviously are unseen. Nobody here has a chance of seeing you with that role. The nature of the lighting here is in your support or in your favor as well. There's a lot of jagged, quote unquote, natural formations being hunks of iron sticking up out of the ground. And the lighting is predominantly ground source. So there's a lot of long shadows cast all over the place.
Excellent.
And you are first in the initiative order.
Wow.
The three bad guys are getting very, very close. The three wyverns, the one in the front will be the first one to be able to strike. They're not technically this close just yet, but they're within striking range of ranged weapons.
Okay. Surprisingly, I'm not going to do a ranged weapon. I am going to shadow step onto one of the backs of the left-hand side one that I can see. Yeah, but yeah, either one is fine.
Okay.
And I have my cutlass out and attack. And that is sneak attack as well if I hit. All right. Oh. 111?
That hits.
All right. Oh crap, that's a lot of d6. 19 plus 16 is 35.
It's 35d6.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. This is with the sneak attack. Sorry. So for a total of 235 plus. Yeah, 255 on my first attack.
Okay, is that all just slashing damage from the sword? Any elemental damage?
No elemental damage, but I do remember that I do get a second attack with my cutlass. Oh, nearly. That's 112.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 148.
Now, are you just trying to materialize
stab.
in its shadow, slash it twice as it flies by under you, or are you trying to land on its back?
I'm riding the lightning.
Okay.
I'm literally stabbing it twice in the top of the head.
Okay, I will need a dexterity-based athletics check. As awkward as that's going to sound, that's how you're supposed to be doing checks.
Okay.
My third edition Addicted Self has been messing it up for a while now.
Dexterity athletics.
Mhm.
So just my dex mod.
Yeah, you just substitute your dex for strength on an athletics check.
All right. That is 81.
Very nice. You are able to
I don't
situate your feet.
substitute my dex for my strength.
Right.
Yeah, 81.
Oh, so you are able to very
With it-
deftly position your feet into the grooves and brace yourself with the change in momentum from when you shadow step, you weren't moving, and then suddenly you're bracing against this object that was moving very quickly. But you do very gracefully right yourself and manage to get in a couple of strikes before grabbing on for the ride. It does lurch and sway back and forth and then veers off to the right. It doesn't seem like it's going to, well, I guess that's the left on camera.
You hopefully the rest of the group just hears a yeah.
You may see some
Yeah, that's my turn.
on the back of it, Aurora, but I don't think anybody else here would have a chance of even noticing that anything happened. But the beast itself does roar, which sounds kind of like metal grinding on metal, more so than like anything from a flesh and blood creature would sound like. As stated before, it's like in its flight, it drifts to the left and then back to the right and continues flying off course. Next up is
At
Aurora.
the end of Talia's turn, I'd like to go ahead and use my legendary action to inspire everyone that's within 60 feet of me still. Which I
Alright.
believe is everyone but Talia, unfortunately.
At this point, Talia would be within 60 feet.
Oh, okay. So everyone just write down, you have a D10 plus 88 to spend on attack roll, saving throw, basic ability check, anything but a damage roll, basically.
Mhm.
And then for me, you can also use it to absorb elemental damage. And you'll have it for the next
D10.
10 minutes.
D10 plus 88
Mhm.
on anything but the attack roll or damage roll.
Anything but damage roll.
It's the flames.
What is it?
A D10.
The white little squiggles are the flames around it.
And you can use it like normal bardic inspiration, add anything but damage, or because of what she is, you can use your to absorb elemental damage as well. That's gonna come handy in just a second. That does bring us to your turn.
Cool. I'm gonna focus in on the one that did not veer off, but furthest away, so the one on this right, left, that one, yep. We're just gonna magic missile him. Which is going to be 174 damage.
Dice app is the shit.
And then there's nothing in range for me to hit with my Morning Star.
Not yet. It's coming though.
Yeah. Nothing I can really do with my bonus action. So I think that's gonna be my turn for now. Since they're not close enough to me. And no one needs healing, right? We came in this full health.
Yeah, we came in this full.
Cool.
Mhm.
Fresh off of a rest.
Well, you're not there. I can't heal you.
I'm just.
Which, so you don't get the bardic inspiration because you're not there.
He didn't pay attention anyway.
Hey, you should be coming off of a full rest when you get in. And you've been in the pocket dimension for a little while. You should be fully rested.
Cool.
Yeah, and that's my turn for this time.
Okay. After you, they do close in. These two are clearly looking to strafe. Where is Aurora? Oh, right there in the middle. All right, the one you shot is falling in line directly behind this one, but it's a little higher. It looks like it's coming down towards you, but hasn't quite made it there yet.
Okay.
This one is actually at the point of colliding with that wall that tries to snap at it, something on its back. But the one in the middle,
And just realized what I need to do during my prep time.
does 89 hit you, Dion?
Before that, I'm gonna use a reaction if it's within. My-
The first roll is it spit a little ball of fire.
Oh, okay. 89 does hit me.
Okay. It is coming in for melee strikes immediately after this part.
All right, so
It's 56 fire damage.
all right, 56 fire damage. Looks like I was. Let's see. 56, so do. All right.
This next part is going to be your show, I imagine. I know that you had set to receive a charge and targeted this one as your enemy, and it just so happened to crit fail its first attack.
Oh, it's within my weapon range.
Yes, it spits the ball of fire at you predominantly as a distraction, and then swoops in to slash at you with its two talons. It doesn't look like it's trying to land, based on your experience with winged animals, but it is swiping at you with both its talons. But in doing so, it pulled up too early and left itself completely exposed. And have a field day, advantage on whatever you're doing. As I said, it crit fails.
All right, that's 116 to hit.
Definitely.
All right. Oh wait. Well, I still have to roll for a reaction, correct?
To attack? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to do 217 damage as a reaction. I pre-rolled.
Very nice.
And it's just base damage, correct? There's no attachments that could be made to that. As a reaction, it's gonna be your base damage, correct?
And any other effects that you currently have going?
Yeah, you can't like
Okay.
add a smite to it or anything.
That's what I'm saying. So, okay, so it's 217 physical damage.
I don't remember exactly how smite works, depending upon whether or not it's a bonus action or something he can do. Might be able to apply to any attack.
Well, it depends on if he's got certain feats. You can't cast spells as reactions unless you have like the Warcaster or whatever it's called.
Right.
So smites are technically spells.
Right.
Unless it's his divine smite. Divine smite is a class ability. I don't know if you can do
I'm working on some interesting stuff with Runt and the other game along those lines. I can't do any of the really fun smite stuff yet. Anyway, that's unrelated.
yeah.
That one with hard suffers for it. With the critical failure, we're going to say that it actually lands on the ground for the force of your swing. And then this one, I'm going to put it right behind here, but it's actually swooping in the air. It looks like it's about to pass right over your head, Dion.
Okay.
It's flying straight at Aurora.
Cool. Future reference, you can divine smite on any attack you do, even attack opportunities and reactions. Because it's not a spell, it's just something innate ability.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to retroactively apply that since we haven't moved on very far?
No, it's all right. I
Yeah.
should do the research on my own. 217 is pretty tough.
Okay. Striking it directly with the sword, you all hear it this time instead of it just being Talia way up on the dragon. They are clearly made of metal. You can tell by the sound it makes when he strikes it with the sword. After that, Jico, it is your turn.
I'm going to sprout big bladed wings.
Oh, no.
This one squawks and tries to bank this to the side away from you.
Oh, so it runs away from me.
Apparently. It's not its turn, so it can't really run away just yet, but
You spooked it.
the intent seems to be there now. It
Cool.
noticed you and didn't like what it sees.
Nice, nice. And then I'm going to dash in the air and hit all three of them.
Okay,
The one-
does it have to be a straight line or can you veer?
Hang on. It doesn't say. It says, listen, when your enemies are many and your blade must reach them all, become as a lightning strike, move quickly and branch out your blade, arcing between your enemies. While in the stance, if you use the dash action, you may attack every enemy you pass. These attacks are made normally, but treat them as critical if they hit any enemies that are unaware of your presence and unprepared for your attack.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
so
working, so it's, you
that's
can,
the limit is just twice your movement rate. And your movement rate's 10 times the size of the battlefield,
Yes.
approximately.
Yes.
Okay, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Where do you want to end up is the only question.
Next to Dion.
Okay. Which side?
Left.
This left? Or camera left? That is camera left. Okay.
That's camera right for me.
I'm off to the side of the camera and it's
well,
very
and
disorienting.
we get a reverse of your camera. You're seeing your camera the proper way. We do not. That is camera right for us.
And that's just why you
There
said it.
We're okay, Raggy. Okay, well, this side would put you on the opposite side of where this thing is trying to go.
Okay. I'm
Kosher?
sure. I don't care.
We'll signify it this way.
I can be anywhere on the map in a blink, so.
Okay. There
I don't care
are
where I go.
3 baddies in play, so 3 attack rolls, one against each of them, if you would.
Absolutely.
Excuse me.
I love that cake that conversation you just had with yourself.
95 for one. Wait. Yeah. A 95 for one of them.
Mhm.
105 for another one. And 99.
95 hits. So
Okay.
those are all good.
All right. Now here comes the crazy mess that I have to do.
You are doing lightning damage, correct?
I am. I'm doing lightning damage.
No, we need the lightning damage separate.
Okay.
It does something.
Yeah, they're metal. Lightning damage is gonna do fun things.
Oh, cool. So pencil against dope and slowly makes it like dark with. Okay.
25 lightning damage.
Let's see what that
For the
has.
first one?
Yeah.
Okay, and that would be against, well, they're all really close. So we'll say if this was the first one, we're going 10 feet is roughly up to here. Dion, you also take 25 lightning damage?
I'm
Um,
sorry.
That's okay. You move so
I wasn't
fast, you
talking.
wouldn't be able to stop in time to realize what was happening. You would finish moving before the lightning starts to strike. But visually, what you all see, but you don't see Jico move. But in a blur of activity, the air in the general vicinity swirls all of a sudden, and lightning strikes out from all three of these steel wyverns, iron wyverns.
I'm on the back of one of them, so would that mean?
Patience will get you your damage in just a second.
Oh, okay, just remember I'm resistant.
And what was the normal damage from the first attack?
I haven't rolled it yet.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
No problem, baby. Just making sure I didn't space out and miss it.
Cancel this. Can you see? Drawing the outline of the flames covering the lightning.
103 for the first one.
I'm drawing the
Okay.
icing of the flaming iron wagons.
And second, we'll do the one in the middle. And when you're concerned about hurting Dion, he's got more hit points than right there. Yeah, we'd be okay. I can hit him hard. Hey, baby.
I mean, I have more hit points than Red does. So.
Do you really?
Also,
Run's almost 1,400 now.
Oh, really? Oh. I've been a while since I checked into him. Then.
Yeah, mine's at Gildred has 1,562.
Well, I thought I was doing something.
So Gildred just has a lot.
Yes, he does. He's dragging.
So I didn't realize this, but my sneak attack was one I needed to add
17 for
another
the second one.
4d6.
Okay, you can go ahead and roll that. I'll add it to the damage for that one. What was
Yep,
that? Becky?
that's
17 for the second one.
That weapon damage?
Yes,
What about lightning?
lightning was 21.
Okay. And that's another 21 lightning damage for you, Dion.
Am I not close enough?
If you have any resistances to lightning, apply those as well.
You say 21?
Yeah, you are too.
Okay.
I mean, I'm still a little low.
Did you say it was 21 lightning damage?
Yes. Wait, can we take a break, okay? If you
so
do
she's
keep
dealt
doing this,
46
take a break.
damage to you, Leon.
Okay? You don't get that close.
116 for the last one.
No, I didn't. Okay, take a break.
116 for the last one.
Okay, the electric damage?
14.
Yeah, electric
Extra from
damage
me.
is 20.
20. Okay, that's 20 electric damage to you, Talia, before resistance or anything is applied.
Mm-hmm.
That's not too bad. All right, is that the end of your turn, Zico?
Yeah, I think I heard enough from my party members.
I don't think anyone's really got that bad. We hurt.
No, the Zico's hurt you guys more than the bad guys have. In 35, the one on my left, which I'm not even going to pretend to know which is which anymore. This one here spits a fireball towards Aurora and continues to veer off this way, climbing higher, appearing to try and
Before-
circle back.
Before they climb as a legendary action, because she supercharged me with lightning, I'm gonna use hail of bullets.
Oh, so that's a shot at everything,
Well,
right?
legendary actions are
Yep.
the end of their turn. So
Okay.
you see, either do it right after Chico's or right after theirs.
Right.
Not
Is it
the-
all right to do it right after Gico?
Cool. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, cool. So that's 3 attacks. Yeah. Oof. 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 Sorry, just need to say 4. 92 is my lowest.
.92 hits.
All right, so all 3 hit. I don't include sneak attack on these, do I?
No.
No. Right. Okay.
As I understand it, that's on 1 strike per round, period.
Yes.
I don't like that, but that's the textbook way. I think I want to amend that with feats too.
It says like it is if I'm hidden from them as well.
Well, no,
If they
it's
don't-
if you're hidden, if you have advantage, if someone's within, if one of your allies is threatening it, a bunch of reasons. But
So, sorry, I just need to find my D10.
it's once per turn. So not once per round. I don't know how that would work with legendary action.
143 damage to each of them.
Okay, I'll apply your sneak attack to this as well. So she just, the wording says once per turn. The turn you use your sneak attack is over, you're doing this on someone else's turn. I feel like
Right.
it would apply.
Right. Okay.
That gives a creative outlet for rogues to use sneak attack more than once around. But you have to be creative like all things rogue. I like it. Okay.
And the way to get the gem. Sorry.
So that's an extra 172 for sneak attack.
Hmm. Yeah, are you gonna do 1 damage total for each of them? Or just roll it once and give them the same damage?
I can roll them all separately if you want.
It's your call.
I'm happy with just doing it all as one because that's what I did with the last one.
Okay, I'll start with the one that you're on top of and go this way with them. And what did you say, it was 172?
Yeah, and 137, 143 for the main damage as well.
Okay. That's 315, just so you know.
Yeah.
Very nice number. Okay, keep cruising. Yeah, you guys will all hear the gunshots firing off from the back of one of the wyverns.
So I'm sure a bunch of others.
I did it.
I think he said he was happy with 1 total.
Or also, I could say that I do have multi-attack with my pistol. It's part of my legendary.
It's not bad, Libby. Not bad at all. Okay, that was at the end of Jico's turn, in which this one was veering off. It takes the hit and squawks, but still breathes the fireball as stated before. Unfortunately, I rolled a natural 20. You hit with that?
For a total of what?
Some fire damage.
No. You still want to miss me?
No. Your AC is really, really high.
98.
No, did not miss you. Just barely. Got you by 7. Where was that? Numbers 9, 86 fire damage.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
I'll take an egg.
You can absorb all that.
Mage armor.
Oh, right. That incorporates your charisma modifier, doesn't it?
Yep.
Beautiful. Yeah, those watching will see that Aurora seems to be covered in those iridescent scales that you kind of noticed before. When the fireball hits her, they become extremely brightly pronounced. And they seem much thicker and resilient than they do normally. On 32, the one you are on the back of, Talia, tries to snap at you. Does a 100 even hit you?
No.
Okay. Misses you, but it does bodily hit the side of the rock outcropping that you guys are kind of in the middle of. No significant damage sustained initially, but I do need a dexterity saving throw or an athletics check to maintain your grip on it if you want to do so, or you could attempt to jump off of it at this point. It's not that high off the ground.
I'll do an athletics.
Okay.
Oh, that was nearly a natural 20. 146.
Not a problem. You're good. You managed to stay on the opposite side of the metal wall and the creature. It hits with a really shrill screeching sound and starts to grindingly slide its way down. That continues to focus more on you than the fact that it's falling, sort of. At the bottom of the round, you're up, DM.
What's let's see. You have one enemy still in front of me.
Yep.
All right. I need to roll to hit. Or no, I rolled Does a 123 hit?
Oh, yes.
Right. All right, 254 damage.
Raw
254
weapon
damage.
damage.
No, 55 of that damage is going to be psychic, wrathful smite, and they'll have to make a wisdom saving throw or be feared.
Okay. 57 make the save?
It was 55.
So yes, just barely.
Oh, hold on. What you mean the save?
Yeah, it's your save DC. It should be in your spell
It's
block.
gonna be a 69.
Okay, so it did fail. You said it's afraid of you now?
Yes.
Okay. Now the wrathful smite, you said that does psychic damage or does it do radiant damage?
No, it does psychic.
Okay. All right. When you strike it using the great sword, you feel the resistance of its body being made predominantly of metal. At this distance, you can see that in addition to being on fire, the metal is very rusty. With the force of your psychic energy behind it, it cuts through pretty easily. You lay the body of it wide open, and you can see within it a core of what looks like liquid metal, like molten, not like T2000 liquid metal. Molten metal starts dripping out of it, and it seems to be very, very disoriented by the force of your attack, struggling to stay upright. That brings us back around to the top of the round with Talia, who is surfing on one of them down the cliffside.
Right.
Sorry, I get 2 attacks.
So I was wrong, and it's not your turn yet. And I'm sorry, Dion.
Does 119
Wait.
hit?
Yes.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out why I had this twice, but I have 2 lines. Wait, it's blurring out.
It's like, this is not a people
Wait,
thing.
I have math twice. Just put it like that.
Fair.
Does 119 hit?
Yes, it does.
All right, so I'm gonna do 241 damage. 53 of that again will be psychic.
Okay, this time you are able to aim your strike at the area you struck before, cleave it cleanly in half, and it falls to the ground, twitching a couple of times. Noteworthy, when you do cut the rest of the way through it, as the core is molten metal, that metal runs off of your sword like watered down wax paper. It doesn't stick or drag, it just runs right off and drips to the ground.
Right.
Now, before I assume, did you have any other bonus actions that you would like to take?
No, fortunately for the other enemy, it left my range.
Okay, now we come back around to Talia.
I will go for a stab into the top of his skull. Oh, yes. I have improved critical, and I just rolled 19. Oh, dear. All right.
Has everybody hit this hard? Awesome.
It's going to be damage the way that we do.
But it's been so long since we fought in this game, my brain was defaulting to numbers from the other game.
So that's double damage on critical, isn't it?
We are all awake. Thank you.
That's 296.
Okay, your blade, you are stabbing, correct, with saber?
Yeah, I'm stabbing.
Okay, passes very cleanly into this, the hole at the base of the skull, comes out through the lower jaw, and you feel the vertebrae separate. It just stops moving altogether. Well, voluntarily, you are still sliding down.
During this time, can I do movement and jump to the other wyvern?
You have the jump power, right?
I have jump of 500.
Yes, you can with an athletics check.
Yes. Oh, hang on, let's hold it properly. Oh, yes, 137.
That will definitely get you there.
Excellent. And I also have a second attack. But because of the movement as well, is that okay? Or
Well, that wasn't technically a movement. Old school game mechanics, to take a 5-foot step or jump is a free action. You're allowed one per round.
awesome. Then
I
I
love that
will
mechanic, so I kind of can't let go of it.
I will do exactly the same thing, and I will try and stab it. But obviously they're gonna probably see me. So no sneak attack damage.
Mhm.
Oh, that's disappointing. 90.
To hit,
Yeah, to hit.
just barely. AC
Yeah.
was 90.
I rolled a 6. Oh no, sorry, that was wrong. It was 101. I forgot I'm using the cutlass.
Not a problem then.
Yeah, and that's 141 damage.
Okay, are we trying to catch a ride like the last one?
Yes, I'm stabbing into the top of the head.
Yeah, as before. Well, this time you have the option. You can either leave the sword in its head and use normal athletics, or you can try to land and balance yourself with a dex athletics check.
Dex. Ooh, that is 94.
Okay, that hits.
Oh
Oh,
my,
that succeeds on the check, sorry.
yeah. I was like, hold on a minute. That's me done.
Okay, that brings us to Aurora.
Yep. Is that one flying or is it kind of near the ground?
It's mostly flying at this point. For the first time since combat, you do see Talia streak across the air and land on its back, and then there's screeching of metal, and she stabs the shit out of it.
So is it higher than 10 feet off the ground?
Yes.
Cool. I cannot reach it with melee then. So.
Oh shit.
What? I didn't do nothing yet.
It's pew pew time.
I just gotta do another magic missile.
Oh shit.
I can't hit you with the magic missile. I can't miss with magic missile. You're fine.
Mhm.
And then she rolls a 1.
I can't miss with
No,
magic missile.
no
I
magic
don't-
missile. You can't actually.
This is a special version unique to her class. It does less damage than other magic missile, but it does not miss.
Well, magic missile just doesn't miss.
That's old school D&D.
No, this is 5e.
Oh, is it?
No, wait, no.
I thought you had to roll.
Use a roll for magic missile still.
Oh.
Wait, I know. I don't know anymore. It's been so long since I played regular D&D.
Well, I use for her magic missile, we use third edition rules where it does not require an attack roll to hit and does force field or force damage that ignores most types of damage reduction.
So that's gonna be 187 plus 8. 195?
Mhm.
195.
105 or 195?
195.
I don't know why I wrote a 0. I looked at it, I was like, I don't know what she said.
Um, I'm
I think he did.
I'm just gonna send a quick. Yeah. We're just gonna do a quick healing word at Dion. We'll get him topped up
What?
as my bonus action.
Roger that.
So Dion, you're gonna take 91 hit points back.
Very nice.
Awesome.
I don't even think you were damaged that much.
That'll get me topped off.
Yeah, cool.
Wait,
That's
you
fair.
say 91?
Yeah.
Okay.
That actually,
That's going to bring us around to Chico, who is disciplining one of our midgets for trying to sled down the steps in a cardboard box. So since she is busy, we'll take a short break. I need to fill up my coffee, stretch my legs, and when we come back, it will be.
that does not top me off.
It doesn't? 91 hit points doesn't
No,
bring you back to full?
Chico kicked my ass.
Yeah, we did like
Chico was
damage to you.
just like, Dion, I want to drop in the stands and I
damage.
want to do that to Dion. And then, wait a minute, there's Dion. Let me
Make sure he's okay.
do that to Dion
He
again.
lied, he said he put socks on and slipped down the steps. Look downstairs.
Yeah,
I'm in the same boat as you, Dion. I saw a flash of lightning and I got charged.
it's just,
There's off. He was climbing out of the box when I opened the door. And then
nothing cute about the electricity at all.
Slide down the
Mhm.
stairs to the box.
It's like with me, I got resistance, so I take half.
Wow,
damage back.
we're only an hour in. I guess I better get another cup of coffee too.
Oh,
He's only 105.
okay.
Alright. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Might need some for everything else. Let me see your calculator. Like,
Remember, G code. There was one left, and I am on the back of it.
Kill it and let him fall.
If it's less than 500 feet, it won't actually hurt me.
Yeah, I'm not worried about you.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks.
I meant because I know you'd be okay.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks for the concern. It's like literally everyone saw me disappear, and only you know where I am.
I'm the only one that knows you're up there, perfectly honest.
yeah,
No one else can see you.
I would not have noticed you.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen me jump from one wyvern to another.
She's moving too fast to see anything.
Mhm.
He's okay.
Oh, so
Can you do this coloration?
before
Orchid that I got.
before
The
the
indigo
break
almost black.
ends, I want to show everybody what I've been working on.
Or one too much into the. That would use.
been working on those since we started the game.
Okay, what's that?
It's the little wyverns from what I imagine
Ah.
in my head.
No, fair enough. Very nice.
It's kind of hard to see the outline since he added the fire, but there's a pretty good dragon structure underneath there.
Yeah.
I
I
like
did better
it.
with the head than I usually do.
Going yellow like sunflower. Work is doing great. Okay.
Okay. Did you hear the part about Talia jumping across this little gorge that you're in, landing on the last one with the lab?
Yeah, we discussed that. I probably wouldn't see him.
Yeah, we've all accepted that.
Probably. That sounds right. But at any rate, you did see Aurora fire a magic missile at it. It's your turn.
I am going to fly towards it and attack it. Doing 40 damage of lightning damage and 230 regular damage.
230. Okay, nobody else is close to it except for Talia. Talia,
Mhm.
that's going to be 40 electric damage towards you.
Reduced to half. Yep.
And your second flight has now been interrupted. This one's no longer moving and it's falling to the ground.
I'll jump off.
All right, and as if in response, before it even hits the ground, Justice reappears. Oh, hey, look, there's Jackson. On camera. On the camera. On the unit. Bestis reappears with Rio, Bressana, and Makiko. The two girls are looking around, kind of in bewilderment. Makiko has her mask pulled up so you can't see most of her face. So Bressana is taking it in and seems equal parts amused and irritated, but doesn't really seem to know what's going on at the moment. You catch the tail end of Bestis explaining that it was as good a time as any, 2 birds with 1 stone. And, you know, as the wyvern clatters to the ground. Yeah, he's looking at Persona directly. And says, besides, it was much more entertaining where we were here, I'm sure.
I don't understand. Why? What did he do?
You know what he did.
He made sure that your chick was safe. Should have been totally fine here.
Makiko openly says, I wouldn't call it that, but I guess so. It was less hostile than here.
Interesting.
It was definitely that too. She looks around, starts, so what's the point now?
I don't know.
You guys all, excuse me, you notice a slight change in the timbre of battle in the background. It seems to have changed to more shouting and less clattering of steel. And when you look down into the valley, it was just like a bubbling mass, kind of like boiling water. The way the troops were moving, they were just crawling all over each other. There was no method to the madness. Now it looks like a wave surging up the valley in your general direction.
Well, they heard us. No, we're here.
I will walk towards the horde and shout in abyssal. You want to die like the wyverns and intimidate.
You can't use your strength just to shout.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Yeah,
No.
strengthen those.
You
mouth
have to.
muscles.
You have to do something strength-wise to do it.
Gotta strengthen those mouth muscles.
1 sec.
Like
Alright.
snap something, and use your strength to intimidate instead of.
Yeah, it
Your
requires
face.
a show of force.
I've got all the flames traced in red.
Well, even with my imposing skill, when you're in the presence of the creature you're intimidating, you can use strength instead of charisma for your intimidation checks.
Okay.
When you are not, you can use intelligence instead.
That definitely applies. There would be a range restriction here, and that they're still pretty far away. At least a couple 100 yards and climbing uphill.
Okay.
So roll an awareness check though.
What perception?
I did say awareness, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
I'm so bad about that. I'm sorry, guys.
That's all right.
You know,
I
get kind of used to it.
46.
And that's exactly why I can't stop doing it. I'm too used to it. You notice a few on the front lines that seem to hesitate or falter for a second, quickly get trampled by those that didn't.
Fair enough.
Yeah. The sheer numbers make it to where it's if you'd have blinked, you might have missed the overall exchange. So there's just an endless sea of hostile entities.
I just turn around to them and I go, they didn't listen, and I'll cast and kills lightning storm.
There we go.
So right, I don't know the damage for lightning storm.
Quick question. Did we ever leave combat?
We did briefly.
Yeah, briefly. What, did you forget to do something?
No. If we then all my damage that I've done, no, it's nothing. If we left combat, it doesn't apply.
Okay.
Because I have the dynamic power lightning, but I forgot the end kill part of it.
That's a spell from Relics and Rituals. Not right now, baby. Did I not get you the spell description?
No.
Oh, it's on me. 1 second.
Okay. Sorry.
While she's doing that, I want to take a closer look over Brasana and make sure nothing actually happened to her and that's still Brasana's on a trespass as far as I go.
Looking at Persona, the only thing you notice that's different is she has two very, very large curved bladed daggers sheathed to her belt that were not there previously. And that's very, very thick bladed, like almost short sword or scimitar sized.
And I've never seen them before.
Nope.
Is there any writing on them? Any runes etched to them at all?
There are runes etched into them. Definitely a result of arcane enchantment. And they look like they're drow in design.
Okay. Interesting.
I spaced out and was right past the pay they need. I'm almost there, Steve. Oh, sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on.
There's a lot of difference in the map. She was a code. She was one of those. Flame, pathetic. Light or dark. So, I think if we want to dark, it would be darker than this and we lose some light.
Same thing.
Okay. Here we go. The first one details your damage. The second one details the area and the range for it.
Right, okay. Oh, yeah. So I've got it at rank 7.
Hey.
How far away were they?
Okay, it will be cast at your character level, which, if I'm not mistaken, gives you the maximum 15d6 base.
Yes. And plus with my dynamic, does that include adding my dynamic power into it? Or just a base 15d6?
You can use your dynamic power to augment it and add that many more d6.
I would like to do that.
You'll have to pay extra energy for the dynamic power used with it, as if it was.
How
a
much
spell.
extra?
Whatever the rank is, it will be the same as casting a spell at that level.
Okay, so 18 points altogether. I've got that. Okay, right. So 15. So 32. D6. 16. So if they do the save of 54, if they don't, it's 129 damage.
You said 54?
Yeah.
That's, I'm rolling like there's just the two of them. Ooh, that's terrible. Ew. I rolled a bunch of ones with these dice tonight.
Used everyone.
Excellent.
Like a
Keep
bunch of
going.
ones. Okay, I have to remember that next time I play Run, use different ones. It doesn't seem to destroy any of them, but
Good.
similar to when Jico attacked, every time the lightning hits one of them, it almost seems to be amplified within them and discharges out to everyone close. So what is already a very large spell effect, it seems to be going from one of them into the next and keeps on spreading through their ranks. Much, much larger effect than you would anticipate.
Wait, so they're all metal?
Mostly.
Oh, wow. Cool. So cool.
All right. Okay.
Now, there are different types of demons in the crowd. A majority of them, though, seem to be rusty metal versions of other things. You do see some that are wearing what could have been shiny at one point, plate mail, all with a similar coat of arms. Appear to be depicting an angel with horns. There's some of them that look almost tribal. A bunch of them are very clearly reptilian and are blind.
Do you have any idea who that crest belongs to?
No, it does not ring any bells. Oh, I take that back.
Do I have any idea?
When you were researching with butter slapping, you do recognize that as the symbol of the fallen star. He was formerly an angel, and it just now occurs to you that you heard Vestas say this name right before you noticed the wyvern. The fallen star was formerly a solar asimon by the name of Algath, who was cast down because of his lust for battle, and is believed to be a demon lord in the abyss.
So this would be the ordinary skin, like of rustic metal color.
It's pretty rusty.
Right here. I used
So
it for the
everything out there that, at least in my eye, has that symbol, or just some of them.
No, some of them, they're scattered here and there. There's clearly soldiers, using that term loosely, as they're demons. There's nothing that looks truly human out there or even close. But they come from different factions, obviously. There's groupings of different types of them together. Like there will be a half dozen blind reptiles or reptiles with no eyes. They're shaped differently, but they all have the same type of muck on them. They look like they came from the same place. The style of armor for the ones that are wearing that coat of arms, again, they're scattered everywhere throughout the countless combatants, but they do seem to be coming from the same place.
Okay.
As Talia summons forth what appears to be something like a normal storm cloud. You're familiar with magics where druids, for example, will call lightning down from a natural thunderhead. This cloud itself seems unnatural. The lightning roiling through it is purplish, and it begins to strike into the crowd of rushing demons. An effect that you're not familiar with is that as it strikes, you see purplish banner or streamers of energy leaving them. And any demon that it strikes and flowing into Talia's weapon.
Okay.
Also, it will last for, I think, 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's going
There's
to
1 round every 6 levels.
Yes, that's 2.
Yeah.
So those things are coming toward us. Either we stand here and hold our gun here, or we charge in.
That's effectively with the amount of enemies that it's spreading through. That's going to probably top off your energy pool.
What, for the second round?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Notice the secondary effect of it. It absorbs spells from them. In this system, that absorbs energy points from people hit with a spell and gives those to you.
Okay, well, the second round was 138 damage.
Okay. Some of them actually do succumb to that amount of damage, especially if they falter for more than a split second, they get trampled by the forces behind them. Makiko and Brasana, like the rest of you, seem to be awe-stricken by the sight before them. I mean, you've all heard about war, some of you have experienced it, but none of you have ever seen or heard of anything like this. It's impossible to count the amount of adversaries that are charging at you. Bestis clears his throat, and you all look at him. I turn to see him. He's just staring at Rio. He clears his throat again. It's your cue. And Rio looks up, dumbfounded as he has been since you saw him for the first time. Says, huh? Bestis is like, oh, for crying out loud. Fine then. And he snaps his fingers out, and you see strings fall from his fingertips and attach themselves to Rio, and he starts moving his hands. And Rio just springs into action. He waves one hand this way. Again, it now has a rope going to one of Bestis' fingers to it. And the troops storming up the mountain seem to slow and stop. And you can't make out what's being said because there's so many of them, whether you understand the language or not. It's impossible to make one individual out from the rest. After maybe 5 seconds, they turn and start attacking each other again. And any of them that were up a steep enough incline and their bloodlust lose traction, they start falling down the hill and rolling on top of each other, and it goes back to complete chaos. You would notice, and Dion, you would sense it as well. Just senses being on high alert where you are. There is some sort of energy being projected by Rio. You don't see anything visually, but you can almost hear it, like kind of humming in the air as he holds his hand out. And he doesn't turn to address you, but you do notice that his eyes are glowing with a faint silverish light. And Bestis says, we should probably get moving soon before you guys turn into them.
Moving where?
Points left, and points right. I'm pretty sure this way, as he points off to the right around the lip of the valley. So I've been gone for a really, really long time, but if I'm not mistaken, the maze is that way. That's where we need to be.
Maze?
Yes.
Zen directions look like the maze is that way. Or is he very wrong?
That depends on what you feel like you're supposed to be doing.
Well, then I guess we better get going, huh?
Yeah. And he says, yeah, I know it sounds a little cliche, but you have to understand what I'm working with. And he waves his finger around at the general landscape. And he says, I was planning a little vacation. Didn't plan on being gone quite this long, but I knew that I had to take precautions to make sure that the kids, and he gestures to the valley, didn't burn the house down while I was away. So there's a maze and there's a fortress and, little security measures, and there's my throne. I couldn't just leave it, if somebody else was to sit in it while I was gone and claim.
You don't have a fail safe that you in particular can get through?
Well, here's the thing. I do, but in order to convince the we'll call them coworkers in charge of the other realms attached to this one, I had to do a few things because technically we're not supposed to go to your world, like ever. So I figured out that I could go to your world if I gave up my power from it. So I found a little workaround to send my power there first and then go to it. See, in doing that, I was no longer able to access the little goodie trove that I have set up here because that can only be accessed with my power. So all of this that we're going through now is unlocking a series of those, getting me to a point where we collect the pieces of my hand of pain. It's just a beautiful
Of
thing.
course, that's what it's called.
I'm a demon lord. I couldn't name it the Cocoa Puff of enlightenment, but it's a vessel I put some power in to, we'll say, bribe other demon lords to, keep an eye on things while I was gone.
Do you at least know what we're facing inside this maze? Is it just one we could get lost, or are there monsters inside of it?
You know,
There might be
faster.
monsters, but you wouldn't really need to worry about them. It's more the maze itself that gets you.
So we're dealing more with psychological terrors.
Yes, is that right? Well, here's the thing. You know what? I have a great idea.
I feel like
I don't like the sound of this.
probably.
Let's walk and talk. And he stops talking, and then Rio's body language starts to mimic his perfectly, and Rio's mouth starts to move, and Bestis's voice comes out. And he says, "Now that I'm running this thing on autopilot, we can use his really interesting powers to keep us unseen by the demons. We shouldn't have too much trouble locating it. But while we do, you tap into his memory banks for him. It doesn't say what you can do. Here we go. All right, everyone has Discord open, yes?
Mhm.
As you are walking, Rio starts to spout as if he is reading from a journal. You're not sure what the source of it would be. But this is a synopsis of what he continued, or he starts spouting to you, almost as if he was teaching a class. But he talks for at least 2 to 2.5 hours as you guys are walking across the molten iron landscape. It's not too terribly long. It's about 2.5 pages, roughly. You guys want to read over that real quick? It'll give you a little information as to where you are and what's going on. Initially intended for Rio to be here.
Where'd you put that at?
Oh, I put it in a link to Steve-O because I'm smart.
Only Steve gets nothing.
I can read it to you if you'd like.
No.
There it is. Sorry, guys. It's ironic you said that. My initial intent was to have Rio dictate it. as he read it and learned it himself, but he's not here, so everyone might fun. Okay, Jackson, do you want to read this?
Yes.
You want to read this so you know where you are?
Okay.
Should one of us read it out so that the people that can't read it can see what's going on?
It's actually really-
Pools of blood and iron, molten battlefield. The central layer in the realm of Bestes Belzebar is a roiling mass of molten iron and demonic warfare, fueled by a twisted machine hidden deep within its depths. This abyssal layer drives all denizens to battle and recycles the blood and souls of those fallen above into more rusted iron minions loyal to the absent Bestelzebub. As he is not present to guide them, these ferocious demons are content to destroy anything and everything entering his domain. The landscape of jagged iron hills, spewing molten iron like twisted metallic volcanoes, is consumed by the struggle for power created by the demon lord's disappearance nearly a millennium ago. Forces from each of the Rustkins' armies battle endlessly, here covering any solid mass, and most of the skies in ceaseless battle and bloodshed. Initially, driven by a search for the last piece of Bestis, arm of pain, these armies have since been lost to the inherent bloodlust inspired by the land itself. Most on the field cannot state why they are fighting, nor who they are even fighting for. This is all due to the elaborate set of deals and contingencies made before the disappearance of the realm's ruler. The four Rustkins had all agreed, signing demonic contracts, that they would play along with Estes' rules in exchange for a chance to take over when he chose to retire to some place tropical. According to these contracts, the kins would each be given an equal amount of the power Bestis was to abandon, and be given strict guidelines on how they were allowed to search for the fifth and most potent piece. Acquiring the last piece would make whoever finds it the strongest of the coalition, and the ruler of the molten field. Prize they would go to nearly any lengths to obtain. One of the restrictions was that none of the kins would be allowed to enter the molten fields themselves, but must send vassals for any tasks any tasks they would normally see to personally. This led the kins unanimously to believe that their goal was indeed hidden somewhere in the molten iron hellscape. The longer their forces searched, the stronger the need for bloodshed became. Inevitably, the battle started, spread, and have not stopped. Somewhere in the fields lies the crumbling citadel, sprawling maze of rusting iron and stagnant water. The lust for battle does not permeate the air in the citadel. However, a virulent magical disease does. The Red Plague infects everything. Absolutely everything. Like iron left to the elements, all things here rust. Some go faster than others. Some seem to be temporarily restored, only to succumb to relapse later. But in the end, everything here becomes part of the red sands engulfing this cursed oasis. Although none have ever left the maze, it is widely believed that in the center lies a throne of anguish, the true seat of power, for the combined layers making up the halls of blood and iron. Even this is speculative, as none but demons have ever seen the maze itself, and their testimony is as reliable as any demon's. When Ohm made his compact with the ancients to leave the old world, certain amendments had to be made in order to maintain secrecy from other planes. If a controlled connection to the abyss could not be created and maintained, it'd be a matter of time before the secret land and immense power hidden within it was revealed and brought to the attention of the power hungry across the multiverse. As such, it has been recorded in the great libraries of Pleroma, that Ohm sought out a secluded cluster of lower planes to secure his new world to. There would be 5 individual planes, 4 enshrouding a 5th in a protected pocket at the outer edges of the abyss. A deal was struck with the lords of these realms that they would have exclusive access to this world as its incredible power source began to grow. But we're in turn responsible for making sure it was kept away from the rest of the multiverse and must only prey on those that invite them through deed. For many thousands of years, this accord held, and everyone involved saw a strong and continued growth of power. As one can expect of demons, this only increased their lust and desire for more. Predictably, war spread through their realms unchecked, the crowns of each layer changing hands too often to be properly recorded. What is known is that Balzabar, previously unknown, appears out of the molten sea, wielding tremendous power. Some say that he was born from the blood and pain of all the demonic forces struggling for dominance. But there is consistency to any such rumors. In short order, this upstart, utilizing control of the landscape itself, seized all five crowns and sets about finding leaders capable of managing their households while maintaining the terms of the ancient accord they were all obliged to. Finding four he deemed suitable, he dispatched new lords to their realms, but instead of donning the fifth, hid it somewhere in the molten battlefield. Since that time, some 12,000 years or more, the crowns have remained in the hands he placed them in. Dromacon, the master of the Black Marsh, is a reptilian demon of unknown origin. Like the other three Rustkins, it was chosen based on how well Bestis felt they could be controlled, not how well known or strong they were. Relatively simple, this demon sought only the thrill of worship and fresh blood of its lips. As a reflection of its blind blood, the outermost layer of the halls is a massive swamp devoid of all color. Within lie the dark and twisted souls of all life that has died in the black marshes in Kyrinus. This place is hungry, it is predatory, and it knows you are there. Most disturbing is the sound. In the absence of light, the demon spawn here are all blind. The constant thrumming of their echolocation, heard clearly throughout at all times. Algarth, the fallen star, once a beacon of good in the solar Azimon legions. Algarth found that his thrill for battle overcame his sense of duty. Unable to suppress his need for conquest, his fall from grace came rather swiftly following the exodus of Kyrinus. Driven mad by his disgrace, Algarth was soon weaponized in the wars before Bestis. None know exactly why he was chosen, but his realm is arguably one of the most survivable in the Abyss. Seemingly, mostly normal, it is a massive landscape of rolling hills and castles in various states of construction and seizure. As Algarth clings desperately to his angelic roots, most denizens of his realm seem to believe they are still mortal and toil endlessly in one siege after another. There was always a new campaign being waged and another impenetrable wall to topple. Mizgidar the Rabid, Lord of Totem Hunters. Once an animal lord in happy hunting grounds, Mizgidar was tempted from her celestial paradise to help preserve the diverse wildlife of Kyrinus during the first wars against Monofex's dark armies. During the war, Mizgidar was tainted by the dark god and perverted into a relentless hunter. After centuries of hunting the most powerful beings in Kyrinus, she was finally banished by Carmichael Lefleur, the vessel. Her realm is a near carbon copy of the celestial plane Mizgidar hailed from, with one extremely important exception. Every animal found is predatory. Although they may seem harmless, they are demonic and should not be taken lightly. None have made it more than a handful of minutes in the dense forests. And Doftoraf, as boring and lifeless as the land he reigns over, Doftoraf is a construct given dark consciousness several millennia ago. Created to be a murderous protector, it has retained that mission statement entirely. completely barren. This overheated slab of stone is populated only by twisted elemental beings, seem to smolder and drip molten iron from the rivers beneath the surface.
Okay, hold on.
Hello.
I'm sorry. What do you mean no one has ever left the base?
Oh, except me.
Okay, so what about us?
I should be able to keep you safe.
Should. He should be able to keep us safe.
Well, it's a slow burn, the maze. When the rust begins to take hold, and it always does, it's very patient in its pursuit. It spreads very slowly. Even if it does take hold, by the time it becomes anything to be concerned with, I should have my powers back and we can fix everyone and send you all home.
Well, you described it as a plague, correct? As a disease.
Well, that's how it was recorded. Those were excerpts from journals of a tiefling I found snooping around a long time ago.
So it's not.
I mean, it's not bad, but technically it is something different.
So technically, if I put my sword in that area, it will rust.
Everything that enters there will begin to rust in time.
And are we able to reverse that?
No, but when I have my power again, I will be able to.
So there's,
But here's the thing, we need our armor and weapons to kill the other demon lords to get your power back, right?
I would assume so,
So why the hell are we going in there now?
because that's how you get to the other demon lords.
there's no reassurance.
Why did we agree to this again?
Because I'm your reassurance. Come on, it's Festus.
You were the farthest thing from reassuring.
Well,
Yeah,
that's because you don't know me yet. Ask her, she knows.
I don't want to know you.
Why not? He's cool.
I'm with Aurora here. He's starting to piss me off.
Look.
He's keeps his word.
In the center of the maze where I've hidden the throne are also my doorways that allow me access to the other planes. The other lords don't know about it because, secrets and things.
During
But
this,
it's my back
this
door
time-
into their realm. We can catch them off guard. They won't know you're there until you're there. They won't have a chance to prep for you. So element of surprise, get in there, bang, boom, pow, grab me the rest of the pieces of the shield, and we can get this over with. Everyone's home by supper.
but here's the thing, if our equipment, mainly saying me, Dion, and Gico, not so much.
But the problem is,
Aurora,
I think everything rusts, including ourselves. It's not
We're gonna
weapons
be
and armor,
completely
it's
weakened and we-
everything.
Listen
yeah,
to the
we're going to be
privilege.
completely weakened and have to face demon lords.
But that's the smallest of our problems.
It won't be a problem if you hurry. I told you, it's a slow run. It takes a while to get going.
Okay, at the very least, it sounds like from that story, we're gonna kill two birds with one stone. I think Dromacon's our problem in our world.
Okay.
If he has effects in the marshes of Keranos, then
It's done.
that's most likely where the corruption is coming from in the swamps here. Lantus Queen.
Excuse me, Ms. Eco speaks up and she says, according to all of our intelligence, every creature in there capable of emitting language worships some sort of blind lizard god.
So Dromakon.
That tracks pretty well. It seems Bestie here might have been telling the truth about at least one thing.
Yeah.
But she does not seem 100% sold on that as she says it, but
Hmm,
she still says it.
are we able to fly there?
No, we're going through his gateways. To get to the
No,
main-
but I mean, to get to the center of the maze, are we able to fly
I
there?
have a strong feeling that there are saves against flying over the maze.
I mean, normally there would be, but I'm me.
So we can just fly over and skip everything inside of it.
You
So
know,
should we get
compared to where the
Gildred out?
story, it never occurred to me, but try.
I feel like that's a bad idea.
But it might be for you all.
Should we
We'll
get
find out.
Gildred out?
As he says, I'll be fine, and then he sprouts his wings, and he says, I'm sorry, who?
What?
I said, should we get Gildred out and fly?
Should we get Gildred out? Think he wants to come out?
I'm
I don't know,
somebody
we
that
can
wants
see.
Gildred out.
It's in
You're
your
pretty
pocket,
adamant about not
isn't
taking
it,
it.
Chico?
He's not in my pocket dimension, is he?
Yes.
Oh, he is in my.
Yeah.
pocket. I opened
No,
it.
is he might wait, where is he?
I think he's in your.
Is he in
pocket.
my
Yeah.
I don't want to open controversy because the cat's gonna kill him again.
Oh.
Are we sure we put him in mine? No, we could
It's one of yours.
Yours is outside here
Yeah.
looking.
Yeah, it's one of yours.
Okay, well, you ready for incoming of cats then? I'm gonna try to open it up and quickly step through and close it behind me.
Before you do, you notice like Best is staring at you, at your little exchange. Like it's the coolest thing he's ever seen. And he remarks as you're stepping through, it's like so much more interesting in person.
I hand the syringe over to you, like I ignore Bestis completely. And step in and look around for Gildred.
Okay, you've been in here by yourself for a while. In the Star Meadow Forest. If you want, you could have been playing with Kawhi and Borealis.
I would have been playing with Polly in the trees.
Very cool. Don't forget your octopus is in there.
I would have done some stuff with him too.
You do notice,
I would want to be like curled up in a tree branch as the snake I fell asleep as.
okay, so you're still in that form. You don't have to worry about using another wild shape. Good call. Now his number of wild shapes would still reset after a rest, even if he rested in an animal form, right?
So I don't know.
Mhm.
And technically there's a time limit to wild shape, but it's half your level in hours.
We've always used special rules. with
Yeah.
this. It's not a big deal for this. But yeah, we'll allow it.
Um, Snake, okay, hi. So we might currently be in the abyss.
What?
Yeah, you were asleep and Chico just kind of put you in here. And then we kind of had to go through because the portal was going to close.
Yeah, you notice as she says this, she's covered in black soot and reddish colored dust, and she stinks of a very foul smoke.
Yeah, I might have gotten hit by a fireball. I can't believe I spent my entire life being scared of fire. It didn't hurt at all. So, anyway, we're in the abyss, getting ready to go into a maze, which we might get lost in forever. Do you want to stay in here or come out?
I'm a little nervous to come out.
That is perfectly fair. Trust me, I don't want to be out there either. What's up to you?
Holly croaks once, hops out of the tree, and continues bounding towards the exit.
I think your frog wants to go. We could really use your help trying to possibly fly over the entire maze. I don't think it's gonna work, but for a shot, I guess.
I was gonna say, a place like the abyss, a frog can't go because it's the opposite of what frog should be.
Yeah, I'm having that problem myself. Yeah, over there. Probably can stay in here. Should be fine.
I'll help.
Okay. Let's go in. Just be quick. I don't want the cats getting out.
Okay.
I'm just gonna open it up and usher Gilbert back through.
When you get to the entrance, it's kind of an opening to the rock face. Polly is perched on a rock, but not exactly yet, but very near to eye level. Just kind of looking at you guys. Your little throat moving, she breathes.
It's okay, I'll be back, hopefully soon.
Bowls her throat out, and croaks at you a little bit, and then changes colors, starts blending in the rock.
Yeah, we step back through, and once we're both through, close it back behind me. Okay, you do so. Yes, thank you. Put my power back on.
I'm just going for a quick cigarette. I'll just be back in a minute.
As you step out, now you're aware of the landscape that you're dealing with. This is the first time your character is seeing it. You are indeed in the abyss. It feels wrong and horrible. And you guys notice that Gildred is glowing.
Glowing like radiantly or just glowing?
Like, if you were able to see his aura through magical effects, it's plainly visible for everybody to see. He's just
Glowing
emanating like a pure golden light.
like me?
Like Dion was in the swamp?
Oh no, like I was when I came here.
Yeah,
Oh.
Dion's still not too.
I think your own blood might be showing.
I'm gonna turn into my real and pull out the diamond dagger. This might be the place where Liz comes in handy.
Oh yeah, you did get that from Cole, didn't you?
Mhm.
Yes.
Haven't had a chance to use it yet, have you? Definitely worth a shot. So how far away is this maze?
Distance is the tricky thing to explain here.
Okay.
We'll find it when we're ready to find it. Sort of.
So we just walk until it shows up in front of us?
Well, I was under the understanding we were going to fly on this tiny dragon man.
Oh, no. Gildred, please show him.
And
Bestis kind of prances forward almost, giggling, acting very much like a child. And he puts his hand on Makiko's shoulder, says, back up, it's gonna be great. It does grew back to make away from Gildred.
I am going to turn into an adult bronze dragon.
As you do so, Bestis is just clapping his hands, just shouting, bravo. That was incredible.
What?
He continues to go on, very much the showman, and says, I know they say that flattery gets you nowhere, but you guys really you just don't understand how awesome you are.
Can we get going now? I really don't.
Deals with demons.
Yeah, sure. He had already sprouted wings, very similar to the ones that Jico sprouts, but the shaping of the metal is a bit more crude and it's rusty, very clearly rusted metal.
I'm going over.
Excuse me.
Would I be glowing as the as the dragon?
Down here, you do indeed. Okay, Aurora is mounting up. Are you going to climb on Dion?
Yes.
One question: how big would he be? Like as big as this compared to these?
That's a little too much for huge. That would be more of a gargantuan.
Oh, because of these, or it's just the entire thing being big.
It's the overall size. I'm going to have to measure it to see for sure. The size class is determined by how big it is. You mentioned that.
I do like this guy. He's cool.
Okay.
Can I help Brisson up onto the back of Gildred?
Oh, she very graciously takes your hand, snuggles up behind you, puts her arm around your waist. Excuse me. Makiko makes her way up very nimbly and plops down on the other side of Rosanna. And likewise puts her hand around Rosanna's waist, not in the same fashion.
I'll make a stabber.
That she does reach her hand down to see if you want a boost getting up,
What was that?
Makiko offers you her hand, helping to get up on Gildred's back. While you were gone, Talia, Gildred turns himself into an adult bronze dragon, and a majority of the party has climbed up on. You flying on your own?
Yep.
Okay, and Vestas has wings. Couldn't hear you. Are you muted?
Sorry, I'll jump on his back.
Okay. Not a problem. He's not that very high up. You guys take to the sky and start to follow Vestas. As much as it changes, the landscape really doesn't. It's almost like a repeat of the same types of features and slightly different shapes and arrangements. The battle is all encompassing. It's everywhere. Everywhere there is not battle, there are seas of molten metal. And in some instances, there are entities fighting inside that as well, but not as commonly. The skies likewise are very crowded, easier to navigate than it would be on land, as there are substantially more gaps in the air, but it's still not a straight shot. A lot of ducking and dodging, but Rio, who seems to be flying through the air, being pulled by the strings on Vestas's hand, apparently is still maintaining whatever the projection effect is. And you've gotten used to it, but you still kind of hear that hum in the background. It's easy to wash out. After you don't even know how many hours, everybody has taken the time to eat a little something and have a drink. There's been enough time to get a short rest worth of energy point recovery. I don't know if anybody's still missing hit points. After quite some time, the landscape does break. And from the glowing metal and the dark spots of moving bodies, give way to a solid red ring, followed by a massive rusty iron. It looks like a fortress from the outside. You see numerous gateways on the outside wall. The ceiling of it seems to be about 50 feet tall, roughly. Each of the gateways has easily a 30-foot clearing. But the structure itself spreads as far as the eye can see. It's like a sea of iron. And you can only assume that this is the maze. Vestas turns towards you guys as you approach, and he says, "That's it. I don't know for sure, but we might be able to get in from the center through the air. Let's see if you guys are tough enough to bust through. That'll save us a lot of time and trouble navigating the maze." He continues to lead the way. You fly for miles upon miles. You think you're going in the same direction. It's impossible to tell. Once you get over top of it, nothing changes. Clouds in the sky don't really move. They're more like ash hanging in the air at any rate. Eventually, you do come to a stop, and unlike the rest of it, where it seems like it's just constant concentric rings, one after another, from the outside anyway, the way it's built. You get to an area that you can only presume is the center. As Vestas lands, instead of the rings, it's a very large, solid disc, about 100 yards across. He lands in the middle of it, waits for you guys to settle in. Says, "Well, this is the place. Didn't install a door here. Kind of the whole point of a deadly maze, having everybody die in it. I can go in. It recognizes me, but you guys have to kick the door in or go back around to the front."
Is it under us?
Yes, And he looks down and he moves his fingers and Rio makes a motion as if he's painting. And two bright glowing red, it looks like brush strokes, but they're massive, about 5 feet wide and 10 feet long, make a big X right in the center. This X marks the spot. He takes a step back and says,
Is
have
it
at it.
magically protected? Like,
Do we have to use our strength or spells?
could someone teleport through it?
Teleport, most likely not. The throne room itself is warded from the other side. This is just really, really thick iron.
Okay.
So
And
straight.
I don't know if you guys can see me, he holds his hands out at least 2.5 feet wide. It's really thick.
Let me have a go.
Hmm.
And if I just make a little space where X marks the spot and jump 500 feet and go for a slam.
Jump 500 feet.
You said it's in the floor?
Yeah, I'll straight up and then just go for a slam straight down.
Okay, well, with a saber, I assume?
You got the fuck up.
Sorry, say again?
Using the saber?
No, with my fist.
Oh. Right on, okay. An attack roll is not necessary. Roll the damage.
I've got
I
big
don't
strength.
remember what the table is exactly. But since you would go up approximately 500 feet, that would get you 500 feet of falling damage. I believe that would, we'll call it 50 d6.
50.
Yeah.
Right.
In most cases, velocity damage is about d6 per 10 feet traveled. That would be in addition to what you would normally do with an unarmed strike.
Okay. 161.
Okay. Do you have anything to protect your hand?
No.
Okay. You said 161.
Yeah.
To your surprise, you not only managed to put a dent in it that shows your knuckles fairly clearly, you also break at least 2 bones in your hand. You'll take half of that damage to your hand.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
Survivable, but that hurt. It's solid, like ridiculously thick.
Yeah.
Why don't punch?
Uh,
Try to punch through 2 feet of iron.
is there a seam? Or is it just,
Not in the center. As I described before, there is an apparent seam that you could see from the sky that made it look like there were eccentric rings of iron. In the center, it's one big plate that's about 100 yards across. There is theoretically a seam back there from what it looked like, but it's pretty far away and you didn't examine any of them up close. And there appeared to be though, but not here in the middle. This seems to be one solid plate.
So do we have to worry about being affected by that plague out here, or is it only within the base?
Really, I don't know. No one's ever tried to walk around on top of it before that I know of. And he looks around and you see most things, there's several areas that are covered in dust up to about a ½ inch thick. Just like crumbled road. They very well may have.
all right, give me a shot and I'll see what I can do. I'm going to try and use telekinesis to budge. See if I can budge the doorway or something.
Oh, there's not an actual doorway. You're on the roof.
Yeah.
You're trying to create a doorway, so to speak.
And I have made a dent.
Yes. That shows that it is possible to damage it, though. You did that with your knuckles, so.
I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna use my ring of my grammarian to change mending into rending and try to start tearing through some of the metal. Probably not all of it, but see if I can just get it slightly cracked in order to let someone with more strength get through it.
Okay, I like where you're going. The only issue is that there is not a crack to rend yet. You
Right.
can feel the energy trying to catch purchase,
Okay.
but the dents aren't quite enough. There's not enough to get a grip on to pull with.
So
Alright.
I've got to go again.
Do you want me to shoot
Yeah.
your hand first before you try to punch it again?
Let me
Alright,
take it.
you can see it like slowly healing.
Let me give it a shot. I'm going to use my great sword and
You're drawing your sword, you're gonna do it as well? Okay.
Um,
It's got an armor class of 10. You have advantage on the attack roll. It's a slab of metal, it's not moving. So, unless you really want a chance of a crit fail, you can just roll damage. Are you just doing an attack? Are you trying to smite? Are you using?
oh yeah, I'm gonna attach.
I'm gonna join in. I'll hit with my morning star too.
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
stand back a bit and let
I'll
my hand heal a
attach
bit.
a rank of divine smite to my attack, and I am gonna roll to try and crit, and I do not crit. So
What was that last thing you said, Steve-O? You drowned out just a tad bit.
I take a step back and slow heal my hand.
Right on.
I
Because I've
cast
got-
Shillelagh, of course, before I get in my morning star. Otherwise, I would just tickle the iron.
Quick question. Do any of you have combination attack?
I do.
I do.
Wait, I wanna see if I do. At the thing.
I have multi-attack.
Combination attack has a really, really fun mechanic. It's worth the power point. We're gonna tweak that with the that rules revision.
I don't have combination attack, but I should.
And you have some power points. You'll get a few more at the end of the session. So make sure you buy it.
Oh, 2 power points though. How much?
all right,
It's a rank.
3.0.
with
Do you have combination attack, Dion?
I do not.
The two of you, if you want, can do combination attack.
Wait,
Okay. So what does that mean? I've never done before.
You would roll your damage, add it together to make, the initiative part of it doesn't matter. You would go on the lowest initiative of all the people involved in the combination attack. And with the current rules, you use the lowest attack roll. But once the attack hits, you combine the damage and then double it.
I did 217 damage. 17 of that is total.
We do 626 damage to it.
Okay.
Holy shit.
As you strike it with your great sword, just as you're pulling away from, the motion of the strike, you see Jico and Aurora's weapons come over their shoulders in perfect timing and hit right in the same area that you did and create a sizable crater with an opening big enough for most of you to slide right on through. Your armor would make it difficult for you, Dion.
Well, at this point, can I use rending to make it big enough for Dion to get through?
Okay, make a spell attack check. And what level do you want to try and cast that at?
Let's do 2.5 feet. Let's do 3rd level.
Yeah, it's very, very thick. You can see clearly it's at least 30 inches thick.
Let's do 3rd level. Try it there. See what happens. That's gonna spell attack.
Mhm.
It's 108.
Okay. You have to push really hard with the amount of energy that you put into it, but it does eventually give and tear enough where you feel like everybody except for Jico in her natural form should be able to hop through it.
Okay.
Looking down into it, you do see almost directly beneath you guys, slightly offset, there's a very, very nasty looking, jagged, like, looks like it was almost just sloppily thrown together iron throne. It's still relatively large, even though every edge of it has rust crumbling off of it, literally falling from the disturbance in the air that you created. And you catch the smell of stagnant water and obviously rust and metal. The only light in there is the light coming from outside with you guys. And Bestis is just standing there golf clapping with the same stupid grin on his face. Looks completely enamored with all of you. It's just amazing.
Very
He steps over and drops down.
Is there a way to drop down without like getting impaled by the?
The floor is solid.
Okay.
There are rusty patches everywhere. It's not completely level. It looks like there's a lot of riveted plates, and the centers and some of them have been sunken in a little bit and are holding water. So there's very nasty looking red brackish water and pools all over the place. The floor is fairly level. The throne is what you don't want to get close to. It screams tales.
Okay. So we can jump down and avoid the throne.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah, let's do this. You want me to carry you?
Yeah.
Is it like
That's
on
probably
top of the
smart.
maze?
Yeah, you're on top of them.
Oh,
That's what
no.
they were tearing the whole shirt. Okay, you will not be able to fit through the hole they made in dragon form. You're much too large.
What I meant is it like a roof on the maze?
Yes, that's what you were standing on top of.
Right, I followed you. Oh, you carried her down.
Yeah.
I did not go around.
I got into a text and like. Where's the? Oh,
You could shrink. Oh, no, that's, sorry.
did they put a whole new?
Yes. You want me to try and tear it open more? Might not be. You're pretty strong, aren't you?
I am a 400 and I do have 12 ranks of super strength.
Okay. And you throw an athletics check. Try and force it open.
Athletics.
Mhm. He is going to try and force the gap open a little wider to fit his big burly dragon shoulders through. Everyone else going through the hole, I assume?
I'll be waiting until he gets in.
Plus 96 to strength. My modifier is plus 90. Do I add 96 to the plus 90? So my
You don't look at this. You shouldn't read it. It should be down here already as part of your athletics. Goes up with you. Just put the 90 plus your proficiency.
and I don't know. I don't have any dice.
Oh, go get him. Hurry up.
Can I just go and someone else's dice real quick?
Mine right here. You don't want to use the ones I have over there. They've been mean to me all night.
I'm gonna use this one. It looks like action stuff.
The dial's over there.
Really?
Yep.
14.
That's
14 plus 90. Now I put it at 109.
Mhm. Okay, the first shove, it gives just a little bit, but you hear it creaking and you can feel it give. You know that you make some progress. Couple more good shoves and it might open them up for you.
So
To your advantage is the mass. You're dragging this side of the weight a hell of a lot more. And when you go to push down, you got all that extra body weight. You apply a lot more force.
While we're standing here, just in the mute, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Globe of Invulnerability, which is on a 20-foot radius around me. And hopefully, maybe it might protect us from rusting
Okay.
when we're down here.
State the sequence of events again while you're standing down there waiting. You're gonna wait,
So-
when you guys land, you're gonna cast it around
Yeah,
Chico.
well, yeah, well, around me, it's centered on me. So
Okay.
it's 20 feet around me.
Okay.
I don't know if it necessarily applies. I'm gonna try it anyway, because it's technically meant to protect against spells and area effects. But it doesn't hurt.
Not or even. Up to 33.
But hey, spells happen. We're good.
Okay, Aurora hopped into Chico's arms and they drifted down to the floor inside the maze. The floor is about 50 feet down roughly. As strong as you are, you could manage just fine if you jump down there. You do recognize Aurora casting very potent spell, Global Invulnerability. You've seen it in the battlefield before, as they land on the ground. And Gildred is tearing the hole in the ceiling open a little bit wider so he can squeeze through. I don't know if you heard that part.
This one came, sorry.
You're muted.
Sorry.
No problem.
Yes, I heard most of it.
I'm gonna go get my evidence. Is it okay
Okay.
if I use this back for the rest of the session? I think
Yeah, if you want. Go ahead. When you get back, roll 2 more athletics sticks for me, okay? Then you can go ahead and grab your action quick.
if it's for where we are.
Okay, hurry up, buddy.
I
I don't know if you heard, Gildred did actually make a little bit of progress. He's going to continue shoving and tearing the hole open so he can climb down there without changing shape again. You did say that you were going to wait until he could get in as well?
I did.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dion. Continue, please.
No, that's all right. I don't have the information I need right now.
Okay. Yeah. As you guys look around, this room is incredibly bleak. The only features you see, there is an altar of some kind that just has a mirror as a back, surrounded by several candles. And there is an extremely elaborate forge. Like the whole setup is expansive. It spreads along about 50 feet of wall, everything you can imagine to work on tools. Some of the tools are slightly larger than what you would normally expect, but you, Aurora, do notice there is a stone basin that has bubbling star metal in it.
Okay.
Bestis, your passive perception is like 5 times what's required to notice. So you notice him actively step around the throne and walk towards the forge.
Okay. As soon as I notice it, I make sure I cannot see myself in the mirror. I put myself wherever that I need to be, but I can't see in the mirror.
You see the throne. You recognize the throne. It is one of 2 thrones that were twin in your dreams when you were becoming a lord of the abyss. Remember your happy times, the memories you go to when you're not feeling so good. Yeah, it's your throne.
I'm gonna go sit on it.
As you
Okay.
approach, Bestis turns and says, "No, no, no, no,
Don't touch.
nobody touch the throne. I should have said that. It will destroy you.
Oh, okay.
See,
I can't even
I
sit in
poked
it
my
yet.
head.
You have to have,
I
you have
poked
to
my
have all
head
the
through the
pieces
roof.
to the puzzle before we can do all of that.
2 more.
I poke my head through the roof and she's like, Chico, what did we say?
apparently she just has to listen to her demons and not touch things.
As you get close to it, because I know you're going to continue to approach impulsively. You feel a radiating malevolence emanating from it.
Daddy,
But you know, when you push on a magnet, 1 second, please, and push 2 magnets together, you can feel the force
Yeah.
resisting you. You feel resistance pulsating out of this throne. It clearly does not want to be touched. And there's a physical resistance in the air. Feels hot, very angry.
I rolled a muscle 20, so it's 115
Very nice. On the first one,
on the first one.
we got to roll another one, so two.
Uh-huh.
So, where are these doors or gates you mentioned?
Points over towards 3 corners of the different, what would be corners if the room wasn't round. It says there's sigils over there. They're not physical doorways. You guys aren't exactly up to snuff on all the history here, but I'm sure you're familiar with those at least. As he says this, you do kind of notice some markings on the wall off in the distance. The chamber is as wide as was suggested by on the outside. Any of the walls from where you are roughly 50 yards from you, being in the center.
Yeah, the second was 112 because I got a 17 on the dice.
Okay. The second push, which is the first roll you made just now, it gives a lot. Where the third push is more of a reflex where you bounced up from the force of your second effort. But after that third push, when you go to push it, you have to actually hang on to it as it completely separates and leaves a massive hole, usually 10 feet across. If there was sunshine, it would be coming in right now. But since there's not, there's just smoke and a whole lot of red dust. Anyone outside of the globe needs to make a Constitution save.
You walked away from me.
You notice when the dust hits your globe, it sparks.
Yes.
It's an interesting light show, kind of like fireworks.
It's 22. I rolled good.
Are you, if you're within range of me?
She's not
what
within
is-
the video.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
They had 61.
Can I fake it till I make it because I'm not good with my con,
Daddy.
and replace it with a strength athletics?
That's completely wrong. That is not my save.
Okay, I
Ability.
believe the mechanics do allow for that.
I got a 67.
Okay.
Yeah, is that right?
I believe that's how that works.
Yeah. I think it's that one. Oh,
It's 105 is my save.
Okay, you're fine, Dion, for the moment. Yeah, you had a 67?
Mhm.
Okay, you're fine. You only got a 20?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait, you're inside the globe.
She walked away from me towards the front.
Not that far away from you.
Oh, okay.
It's a 20-foot globe, correct?
Yeah.
She's still
Oh,
inside.
okay. Okay.
The only reason they're not is because they're up on the roof.
Gotcha.
They haven't come in yet.
it'd be 136.
Okay.
My strength with the fake it till you make it.
Okay. So far, so good.
That's good.
We walked over to the forge, which is where the bubbling star metal is.
Yes.
Unfortunately, curiosity is going to get the best of me. I'm going to follow him.
As you follow him, when he approaches the forge, he waves his hand at the wall behind one part of the forge, and it shimmers, and you see weapon racks appear with just dozens upon dozens of very menacing looking weapons. They are not rusty like the rest of the weapons around, or the metal here. They actually seem to be polished and brand new. But there's an obvious theme. It's clearly been made by the same craftsman. He waves his hand over to the other side, and above, on the wall above the floors on the other side, there's similar racks with shields and pieces of armor. No really large armor pieces like full plate mail or anything like that. It seems to be more gladiatorial. There's a lot of spiked pauldrons that appear to be more offensive than defensive. But again, very strong theme in the style of the curves and the placement of jagged blades where they don't necessarily need to be, suggests the same craftsman.
Is it regular metal or is it star metal?
They vary. Most of them are iron, but it seems a little shinier than what you would normally expect. Iron typically has like dark spots or impurities that are visible in it. You don't see that. They seem to be polished and much smoother, made much better.
Can I sense any star metal from them?
In small places.
Okay.
Most of the star metal you've seen is inlaid in runes.
Okay.
The weapons themselves seem to be primarily iron.
Who made all these?
Oh, you noticed that, did you? He reaches over and for whatever reason, wipes a bunch of dust off his shoulder. Does I dabble a little bit? Well, I used to anyway. Before I went to y'all's house, I decided to wipe my feet on your couch.
I can make them.
Now that sounds a little like a challenge.
Maybe not, when our lives are at stake, but
Yes, TikTok on the clock.
Yes, please. Let's get back to the task at hand.
Are you guys coming down into the maze?
I would jump.
Gildred very, very easily tore a massive hole and was able to climb in as his draconic self.
I would have jumped in.
Wide and big enough for me to go through them?
More than likely, you haven't branched out from this main room, but it's 100 yards across, which is 300 feet. It's very, very big, and the ceiling is 50 feet high. So there's ample room. You couldn't jump up and get to flying really fast, but you can glide and hop around. So it's fine.
As the adult dragon?
There's plenty of space. It's a very, very, very large room.
Cool.
I
Just
will
don't
say-
touch the throne.
What?
I'm
You
saying to Gildred, don't touch the throne.
yeah, you heard Talia say that. You heard it the first one you went out as well.
Yes, I'm jumping in.
Okay. When you hit, you stir up another big cloud of dust. It's everywhere, absolutely unavoidable.
I'm gonna, when I get in, I'm just gonna like do one little glide to catch up with everybody.
Okay, as you glide by, again, there is a cloud of red dust that kicks up into the air. Talia, are you still up on the roof?
I jump down.
Okay. Jumping down, none of you have stated that you've left the general area of the throne yet. There's not a whole lot else to see in the room. It's mostly open. When Gildred flies around the room, the wind in the air that he does kick up a practical, like not a storm, but a huge cloud of dust in the entire room. At this point, all of you being inside the globe can see the small little sparks. Smaller than the sparks you would get off of a sparkler, but very easily noticeable as the room is otherwise very dark. And there's tons of them. Every time one of the sparks hits her globe of invulnerability, it just causes a tiny little flash of light.
Maybe you should stop doing that, Gildred. You don't want to cause any hassle in here.
It's me. I'm doing it, and I'm pretty sure it's protecting us from whatever that is.
All right, then never mind then.
At best, is quips over his shoulder. Yeah, it appears to be for now.
Yeah, the spell's not gonna hold much longer. So doorways. I walk over to the rooms.
As you walk, the globe moves with you, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, are you guys gonna walk with her?
I'm following her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Staying within 5 feet of her.
Okay. you don't know what cardinal points would be, but we'll call it north, south, east, west for the sake of argument. They are opposing each other at 4 points. Bestis, after a couple of minutes, turns to walk back towards you, and he's holding 4 little discs in his hand. They have different sigils on them that in Abyssal read the given names of the 4 other lords. These are keys I made a long time ago. It shows you which key goes to which gate. It should be pretty simple. Drop the key in the middle of the circle. That should open. When you step through, it'll be on the ground in front of you. Keep in mind what Rio said. And he gestures over his shoulder, and Rio is still mirroring all of his movements, right? Just shadowing him. His eyes seem to be glazed over though. Doesn't seem to really be aware of what's going on. These are extremely hostile environments. Need to go to all 4. Sweet talk, murder, pillage, whatever tactic you choose. And he raises his hand, and Rio produces the piece of metal with the handle on it. He says, find the other pieces of this, and the rest is easy. And each of them will have one of the shards. Once they're all close to each other, I'm pretty sure they'll pull themselves together, but if they're not, points over towards the forge, so I can take care of that.
So the question is, which of the evils do we want to face first?
I was about to say the same thing.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
No, let's not do it that way. I mean, why
How
don't we?
about the blind one? We've already
I
got
was
beef
just
with
gonna
that.
say, why don't we tackle personal interests first?
Mhm.
We made a promise that we would get rid of that corruption. If we deal with Dromacon, I think that's getting rid of that corruption.
Hopefully.
And if that's the only one we're able to accomplish, at least we leave our world a better place.
Hopefully, if we defeat him.
If we defeat him, it may be
It's no talking to him. It's
good for
Straight up.
reputation.
yeah.
Oh
straight
no,
up.
there's no diplomacy down here at all.
Yeah, no, straight up.
Bestis
Well.
says, how rude.
If we,
Demons are people, you know.
Aren't they? I'm pretty sure they're demons.
Some of them are kind of people, some of them are mostly demons.
Okay, the blind lizard demon, not gonna assume it's people.
Vindictive,
I happen to
malicious,
be
murderer.
quite proud of my diplomatic excursions through the history of these. This love you.
Yeah, you can tell you make so many friends. Everywhere you go.
You weave a tale of lies.
Well, you can say what you want, but my plans have been working perfectly so far. So I think diplomacy has won the day.
Until now, when they're no longer working and they're trying to take everything from you.
Oh, no.
And you've had to
Fine.
beg for help.
They were supposed to want my power. That was the bait of the trap. They sent their forces here. Their forces all die. Their energy gets recycled into my power. It's ingenious, and it's worked great. All I have to do is finish the ritual, channel all of that stored energy, and everything's good. Right, Jacob? I knew she'd understand. She's clearly not listening. to this kind
Is
of
Chico
scenario.
silent or what's her reaction?
Who, Chico's?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's just staring wistfully, nodding and smiling. Uh-huh.
Okay. So, Dromacon, we
Dromacon.
do be ready for literally everything to attack us. It's gonna know we're there the second we step through.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There will be no surprise. And
Besta says, well, if you're really quiet, you'll be just fine.
but
Like really, really
you
quiet.
said something about echolocation. They're gonna notice every movement we make that's not entirely 100% silent.
Only if they're looking for it.
So we have to be very quiet.
What are you Tom? You're good at. We'll give you a
I'm
good
good at, yeah. But then looks at Chico.
I probably shouldn't go. We're going quietly.
You're the reason we're here. You're going.
Okay, I'm just saying the quietly.
Yeah, you,
one.
We
rule,
can't
though.
leave you here.
You're right. Let's do it.
You'll just die standing here.
I'm just letting you know. I'm gonna blow the cover.
I imagine that at some point one of us was
we,
going
we
to.
expect
You
that.
don't want
Uh,
rule?
We just gotta move. We're gonna have to move fast. Do we know where she might be?
I'm sure once we go through, we'll have a general idea.
The only structures there are the mirror of the Lizard Folk Village in Black Marsh. It's almost a carbon copy, from what I understand.
So
From
it's
my
kind of like the
experience,
Shadow Realm, or kind of like Shadow Realm.
Kind of. It will look a whole lot like that now that you mentioned that. But you're surprisingly knowledgeable. He winks at you and continues to say, the color is gone. You may be able to see if you can produce light, but only in shades of gray. It's very weird. It's a memory of when he was able to run free and practically enslaved the lizard folk centuries ago.
Do we know the
And
numbers?
since they
there?
continue to worship, and he misses it oh so much that since he has power over his area, he has converted it into the lightless swamp.
That is interesting to know. We could possibly, if put in a dire situation, trick our way out of it. If he
How so?
thrives on worship, if any of us could convince him we were there to worship him, we could possibly get out of a desperate situation.
Yeah.
So those that can lie, keep them at forefront.
You could try bargaining. Demons love to make deals.
Yeah, I don't want anyone leaving with a demon deal.
Yeah, there's no plan.
Anyone
for
new
it.
leaving with a demon deal.
I mean, of course, we have a bad reputation because we only make deals when we know we have the upper hand. In this instance, who knows?
Keep that in mind.
Unlike most demons, you know exactly what he wants. If you could find a way to offer it to him, you might be surprised how cooperative he is. We're not, as a culture, what I would call civilized, but we are individually capable of overcoming our most
He's
basic wants.
he's stuck in this realm, right?
As far as he knows.
So
But I just got back from yours, so the rules are clearly a bit flexible.
yeah, but you came back from a sword.
That was just the
You
car.
weren't a main physical presence in that realm. Only your power was.
Roll a perception check, Aurora.
I rolled a 5, so 141.
When he says you were not a physical being, you swear you see Vestas mouth the word yet. Because I assure you, everything has been planned. Everything is accounted for. It's perfect. It's gonna be fun.
So maybe we could persuade him that we can get him back to the swamp if things go bad.
But that would be a very much a lie. We're not letting the demons out of the abyss. I stare blatantly at Vestas.
He pretends not to notice.
No
I do.
deals with demons go
Yeah,
well.
I would have literally done the same thing. Literally do not trust this guy.
That's good. It means I'm portraying him well. So have you reached a decision, or would you like a few more minutes to deliberate?
We don't have 2 more minutes of my spell. We need to choose now.
If we're going now.
Okay, I'll tell you what we will do though. I'm going to pause our recording since we have an RB storm here. All right, we are recording again. Gildred should be back momentarily. In addition to what was in the lore that you read and what I already described to you just a moment ago, you use your projection powers to conceal the group, as most of them flew on the back of Gildred, which was the form of a dragon. They flew for several hours through the treacherous battlescape and landed on top of a massive steel or iron maze in the center. And after a tad bit of trial and error, they were able to breach through the 30-inch thick iron roof and gain entry to the throne room, and are now preparing to use portals to go to each of the 4 little sub layers to try and regain the pieces of Festus' hand of pain.
Yeah, speaking of
1
which,
second.
you need to be healed.
No, I've been slowly healing.
I know, but you need to be fully healed before we go in here. How much longer is it gonna take you to fully heal when I can just
Well,
now?
I have 2 ranks in that healing. How much is that per round?
2 ranks would be 10 hit points every 6 seconds. So within a few minutes, you'd be fine.
Okay.
Yes, I would. Yeah, you just crunch my knuckles.
That men's broken bones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's supernatural healing.
And trial and error. I was the one that started the den. I feel that was a success.
Mhm. Easy to say now that your hand's mended.
Star, are you busy doing something?
We're recording already.
Yeah, we're back live, so to speak.
We are live.
So what was it?
He wanted to show you a picture, but I told him to wait.
I'll look at it.
Okay.
Our camera is over here. You might have better luck with Mommy's camera. You are currently still tethered to Bestus's hands like a marionette. Rio?
Okay.
You had been somewhat kind of almost unconscious. Bestus waved his hands in your moment of confusion and just kind of took over, like you had a remote control for your body. And
Literally watching a movie.
yeah, he just manipulated you, used your powers a little bit, and but now it's almost like waking up. You were aware of what happened, but it was more like watching it through a dream. And now you can feel that you have control, and the strings break away from your hands and shoulders.
Do I know that I was used?
Yes, absolutely. You saw and heard everything. You even felt your like larynx move as he spoke through you, your voice box.
Since I wake up, I'm just like, what the fuck?
You all notice Rio startled for apparently no reason. All of the cords tethering him to Bestus system fall to the ground.
Welcome back.
No, the joy of being controlled. It's a bitch.
I hated that.
Bestus turns to regard you, and he says, "No, glad you could join us. Be a good chap and run along with them. Help make sure they get my hand put back together."
You're not coming with us?
No, remember he told us at the beginning, he's useless and can't help.
No, I have to stay here and make preparations. If I get caught in their realm, everything comes apart. This is the only
You
place.
see, useless and can't help.
Right?
Well, of course.
Mm,
I just look at Aurora and say, useless, can't help.
oh, demons can't be trusted. Let's just get this over with.
You know who can't be trusted more than anyone else? People you constantly remind that you don't trust them. Just saying.
You don't give us a reason to trust you.
Well,
You're
I'm
here, you're
sorry,
alive.
demon, but I trust a paladin more than a demon. Walks away.
Yeah, that's fair. He just winks at you. He draws a little hard in the ear.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Go do this.
So I'm gonna pick up the token or the disc that has Dromacon's name on it. We all ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
You'll know which circle's which. He tells you which side of the room each circle is on. Makiko starts walking with you guys. And she's, you know
Is it
what?
all in Abyssal?
Yes.
I understand Abyssal, so you can't hopefully not deceive us.
Yeah, I'm good.
She reads a bit.
Oh, you're good as well. Right, okay.
There's a disturbing amount of you guys understand demonic tongue. It's kind of weird. Makiko pulls up next to you, Chico, and says, I'm gonna hang back with Festus. And she casts a look your way, just to make sure nothing goes wrong.
Guess I trust you a little bit more than I trust him.
And she turns to trot off and starts asking him if he's ever made Kanai knives. And he immediately starts talking to her about different ways and weights and this, that, and the other. And just
Prasanna or Makiko?
say it again.
Was it Prasanna or Makiko?
Makiko.
Makiko.
Ah.
But I do look over to Prasanna. You coming with?
I suppose it could.
Okay. I'm going to reshare the love since it's been multiple hours since I last did it. I will include Storm this time. So Storm, you got a little bit of math to do real quick. You
Oh,
get
God.
a temporary 4 ranks of any enhanced ability you want. So you're gonna add 16 to one of your stat scores, which will add 8 to that modifier.
Here's a temporary bonus.
Yeah, it only lasts for an hour.
Give me 1 second. Let me pull up my stuff on another page.
But I'm including Prasanna in that as well.
Okay. Are you guys all going in individually, or are you going to go with everybody in the pocket dimension with the diplomat? What's the approach here?
Do we go stealth or we go diplomat?
We can go stealth.
Wait, I should probably get in a pocket dimension.
Either way, yeah. It's between, I'd say, me, you, and
Me, you.
Dean.
You said it was plus 18 and then plus what to the modifier?
It's gonna be plus 16 to your score and 8 to your modifier of one of your stats temporarily.
All right, thanks.
Should we try stealth and then go diplomat?
So maybe me and you stay out.
Mm-hmm.
I can be pretty stealthy. But everyone else inside?
Hand you my bag and I'll get into my pocket dimension.
Okay.
Okay.
The sped up time.
Okay. I'll open mine for everyone else.
Or slow down time. That's what I need.
So it doesn't seem like you're waiting as long.
Yeah.
Smart call. You don't deal well with patient moments.
No.
Well, what about you?
We will get you out as soon as trouble arrives. But if you want to stay in your dragon form, we really need you to get in here. You're not going to be quiet. It's physically impossible for you to be quiet.
Actually, no, I want to spend in my pocket dimension however long it takes them to do this. I want to spend like I'll talk to you about it later.
Okay.
I want to spend some time in there. I want to work on something.
Okay, we work with that.
Okay.
Okay. Dion. You're in the park commission as well?
I'm very uncomfortable with this idea. If anything goes wrong,
We
You'll
can
be
go-
out
Yeah,
straight
we
away.
I'm gonna go on to my.
You're our main weapon if it gets shit hits the
try
fan.
not to
don't
get
we?
harmed while we're in here.
Are you sneaky?
And I'll
you
go
got?
into the pocket dimension.
Before we leave, you'll see Talia just take a swig.
Okay, before you even go into your pocket dimension, as you go to step in, Persona says, wait. And she casts a cantrip. I think it's prestidigitation that covers this. And before you step into your pocket dimension, she waves her hand in front of you, Jiko, and all of the red dust stuck to your clothing is pushed away and falls to the ground next to you. Because you don't want to take that stuff with you.
Oh, thank you.
Should we do that to everyone then?
Probably a good idea.
Okay,
Bestis just chuckles from halfway across the room.
I'm glad you got that.
She's a bright one.
All right, yeah, so I will press the juice to everyone that walks into my pocket dimension as they walk in.
Right. You said you're going to your normal form and going.
So they use echolocation.
Uh-huh.
What is,
So any sounds you make, they're gonna hear you.
like in my normal form.
In any form.
Even in normal form, you have to have good stealth.
And even if you're being quiet, if they are out hunting, they'll be able to see you because you're moving.
But I have
And I can,
that special
we-
movement. Means I
yeah,
can-
and I can grab Ray and move
Wait,
like 300 feet at a time through the shadow realms
Wait. Hold on.
with shadow step.
I have invisibility rank 5.
It's not the same.
You have to watch your footfalls and make sure your footfalls aren't causing vibrations and stuff like that.
Invisibility works to prevent you from being seen. If you're invisible and you trip over a stick, everybody's going to hear that.
Think of like a bat and its sonar.
Mhm.
Bats are blind, but they can see with sonar.
No, bats aren't blind. That's a myth.
Hmm.
They actually have pretty good vision.
I'm just putting out
They
an
just
example.
prefer sonar.
Okay, so are you going to stay out and try to consider yourself, or are you going to go in pocket dimension?
Well, my visibility for notes and descriptions. All it says is sight, smell, hear, and not even sight. I don't know what that means.
Oh, he's not talking about a spell. He's good.
Oh, you have the invisibility power.
Yes. And sight and hearing, or yeah, sight, smell, hearing, magic, and psionics.
Okay, that's different.
He'll be fine.
That is very different.
Can I activate that in my dragon form?
Yeah, and that's your power. You can activate that in any form. You just disappear.
So if I would have made noise, it wouldn't.
Yeah, you don't make noise when you activate that. They can't see you, hear you, or smell you. And they cannot detect you with magic or psionics either. You're just gone.
What is gonna go wrong here?
Everything.
All the things. Potentially the most powerful person in the group just realized he can disappear at will. Y'all got problems.
I can go study them.
That changes things then.
Yeah, he's been able to do that forever.
That changes a lot. Children, I'm going to hand you the source of most of my power. You are in charge of getting us out when it becomes time. Can you handle that?
So either that or the pocket dimension.
No, he's stealthier than I am. If he can just disappear.
I know, I'm just
So,
saying, like, if he can't
preferably-
handle the pressure,
I'd like to be inside the pocket dimension if I could be. I don't want to cause problems, but if I'm in it and I take it with me, the pocket dimension doesn't move. For it to move, someone has to be carrying it. And yeah. So
You all hear crunching, and Karen Festus is holding a metal bowl with popcorn, watching.
so the
Where
first
the
thing,
hell did you get popcorn from in the abyssal round?
The answer to that I can't really reveal right now, but
Imagination.
it's popcorn, movie theater
And
butter.
the even more important question, why didn't you offer any?
if you don't think you can handle it, I'll stay outside, I'll take the risk. But that is a risk for me to stay out.
Do you mean like you were going to pocket dimension?
I'm gonna go to pocket dimension. You will have the source of half of my power.
Mhm.
It's a big responsibility to hold, but I think you can do it.
Rosanna puts her hand on your shoulder and says, "It's nothing to worry about, kiddo. If you find a bad guy, you open the door, we come out and kick his butt with you."
Just after this morning, I don't really trust Talia's instincts for when she needs help. So
I was the one to suggest Gildred comes out of the pocket dimension. No one else did. That was my help. So me and Gildred?
I'm gonna take my syringe off, hand it over. Don't lose it.
I'll go on my mobile phone.
If you could just, I forgot to open the pocket dimension, just open it up for me real quick.
Okay. No, I'll open it.
I'll get in with everyone else.
All right, and then there was 3. Rio, are you gonna walk into the parking dimension as well?
Yep.
Hopefully you'll be out soon.
Yeah.
All right.
Right, that leaves the 2 of you standing in front of this gateway holding your coins.
You ready to go on an adventure, little man?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
and I'll disappear.
Okay, as far as you can tell, it's just you.
Gildred, hold on to me so I can activate this thing. And I'll activate.
I'll go next to him.
Yeah, he said, hold on.
I'll do that.
Yeah, you feel something grab onto your coat.
Yep. And I'll activate the room.
Okay, you toss the coin down into the center. It bounces like you would expect at first, and then seems to be drawn to the dead center and snaps into place rather violently. And then all the runes on the floor were
Mhm.
pretty pale. Most of them you realize you couldn't even see at first. Start to shed gray light, making out a very distinctive pattern. It takes a couple of seconds, it starts to intensify, and then immediately turns into like a shimmering black curtain. And seems to persist in that state.
All right. I'm guessing I'll go through the curtain.
You step through the curtain and realize you're standing on what appears to be a solid black fallen tree. Very, very thick and very reminiscent of the swamps that you were in not too long ago, especially with everything being so blackened. But that's when you notice what was described before, and that the light is very, very strange. There's not a whole lot of light to be had, but everything that is illuminated is colorless. I mean, there is no hint of green or yellow or anything, just shades of gray. And then you hear in the background, it's very, very muted, seeming almost distant, but you can hear a very steady thrumming, almost like somebody lightly drumming on a piece of wood or something.
Okay, I'll be as quiet as I possibly can. Ask Gildred to be able to fly.
Wait. Sorry, what?
He asked if you are able to fly.
Yeah,
Because we need to see where we're going, and I need to get on your back.
That's me.
okay, and I will.
You have wings in your normal form.
Yeah,
You can
but
just scoop and carry.
Yeah, but it's his strength.
Oh, he's very, very, very strong.
yeah, I, okay. Sorry, I heard the guns listening. Okay, my super strength is rank 12.
Yeah, your strength score is more than high enough to carry Talia if you wanted to. Yep. We just want to scoop them up.
Yeah, I'll scoop her up and go see what's going on.
Okay, tad bit startling. The answer to your question is you are lifted off the ground. You don't hear any wing beats, but you can feel the small clawed hands slide up under your armpits as you're lifted off the ground.
Mhm.
You can feel the wind stirring in tune with wing beats, but you don't hear the wings at all.
Okay. I'm gonna look around for a structure.
Okay. You don't see anything initially until you break the canopy, and then it becomes very clear off on the horizon. There's a step pyramid, but it seems to have 5 sides instead of 4. Which is a little strange. Just like everything else, the stone is a very lifeless gray color. You do notice, though, that even though you can hear the little bit of thrumming in the distance, you don't see any signs of life at all. With what you had read or heard from Rio, you had anticipated it would just be crawling with predators trying to devour you at every turn. You haven't actually heard anything. You yourself haven't made any noise yet. It seems to be completely still and lifeless.
Mhm. I will just point to the pyramid.
You fly that way.
Mhm.
You guys fly towards the pyramid. As you approach, you do see a small encampment at the base of it. There are the ruined remains of numerous tents scattered about in the clearing at the base of the pyramid, but most of them are destroyed. You see maybe a dozen or so lizard folk and what looks to be maybe a were alligator or a mutated lizard man of some sort,
Mhm.
milling around. None of them have eyes whatsoever. Not that they've been blinded, they just don't have eyes,
Oh, Xeno gators.
sort of. But they seem to be very listless, just kind of wandering about, no rhyme or reason. Some of them have weapons, but aren't focused on what's going on. There's a few corpses in various stages of rot, but not at all what you had expected to see.
Yeah. Did we actually get a description of this guy?
He's a blind lizard.
Yeah,
That's what we got.
Yeah, that was it.
that's all we got. That was all we got. Okay. And it's only that were alligator and you have a few other lizardmen. I will get a bullet out of my pouch and throw it away from the pyramid and see what happens.
Holy crap. Now I rolled decent. It would be better for me if I didn't. Most of the lizard folk that are visible seem to take note of it and start heading that way. but their reaction isn't as fervent as you would expect. They're still kind of lackadaisical and just wondering, like more as if, oh, no, that's interesting. I'll go check that out, more so than defending a stronghold like you would have expected.
Okay.
Which
I'll
leaves
throw a
you,
couple-
yeah. But just the one that you threw has drawn the attention of all of them that were on this side. The rest of them are around the angle of one of the bases of the pyramid.
I'll throw a
that leaves
couple
you-
in multiple directions.
That gets the attention of all of them, for the most part, except for the ones that are literally on the opposite side of the pyramid. You seem to have gotten all the ones that you could see at any rate heading away from the steps in the base. The pyramid itself rises about 100 feet. It's not
Yeah.
super huge. There is a smaller temple complex at the top of it, or a small temple-like building at the top of it. And inside
I
is
was gonna
completely
say,
black. You don't see any fires or any source of light coming from inside. There's very little light to begin with.
I'll
Okay.
fly around the pyramid and see if there's any other lizard folk surrounding.
You do see a few more on the other side, but they're just as attentive as the ones on the other side, and no real threat at this point.
Is there only just
I will.
one gator?
I'll
There's a
pat.
couple more scattered around.
I'll pat his hand or claw, so to get his attention, to the top of the pyramid.
I'll fly up to the top.
Okay. Flying towards the top of the pyramid, you do notice, as you get close enough to make out what's in the deeper shadows, there are two lizard men sitting, leaning against the wall just inside the doorway. One of them is asleep. The other one looks up, regards you, and just stares back down at the ground where he's making etchings in the dirt with a stick.
I'll throw a couple of bullets down the pyramid steps, if there's steps.
Okay, the one continues to sleep. The other one looks up curiously, not unlike a cat or a small animal, and begins to scurry down the steps, chasing after one of the bullets.
All right.
And both of you roll a perception check.
Sergeant. Let's see if I'm good at that.
I'll see what I see.
Perception.
58.
Oh yeah, I'm good at that. Okay, where's my
In the meantime, Dion just propped up a lawn chair and is just smoking.
Yeah, you guys are actually nice and cozy inside a pocket dimension. So very refreshing.
Like, it's just cranes.
At some point, I do want to pull Persona aside, away from everyone.
15.
Yeah, your perception is chunky.
97.
Yep. Okay. You don't notice anything right away, Talia, but you
Mhm.
can see in the shadows inside the temple. There seems to be one piece of furniture. It's a throne. You can't really tell what it's made out of, but there seems to be someone sitting in it. You noticed that some movement as a bullet bounced down the steps. The figure sitting in the throne turned their head, but did not seem to take action.
Can I tell what figure it is?
No, the darkness in there is pretty deep. You're barely able to notice if there was anything moving. Now, once it stops moving, it's difficult to see where the throne actually was. The shadows are so deep in there.
Does my dark vision help at all?
Yes, that's why you were able to see it at all. There is a magical effect in there, affecting the lighting. But with that roll, you were able to notice it ahead.
I'm glad that I haven't found a light.
It comes in handy.
All right. I will stealthily escape artist out of Gildred's grip.
Roll stealth.
Um, oh, thank God. 164.
Oh, that's just incredible.
That was on a 7. And I have escape artist, which means I can negate all movement to escape grip or
Okay,
grapple.
but I don't think he's trying to forcibly detain you. It was just to avoid making noise while you were doing it.
Yeah. And obviously stealthily land.
Yeah, you managed to detach yourself very gracefully.
Mhm.
But the darkness up here is inviting to you. You do realize that you have dark vision as well. The darkness within the walls of the temple complex on top of the pyramid are very much it's very much unnatural. You should be able to see from one side to the other, but you cannot.
Okay. I will stealthily will go into the temple.
Okay. Do you have any other type of extrasensory abilities, like tremor sense or blind sight or anything like that?
I do have if something's 10 foot around me.
Okay, that blind sight.
Yeah.
Okay. When you step through the doorway, the only thing you really are aware of is some small decorations carved into the walls. It takes you a few strides before you actually get close enough to detect that there is a throne in the center of the room.
Mhm.
Again, you can't see it. You're just, with your blind sight, you're aware of it. You're also aware that there is a figure in the throne with a very long tail that seems to be wagging back and forth very lazily. As you take note of this, the both of you hear like a very sharp trilling click, followed by a short hiss.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'll have my gun out ready.
I'll fly to the doorway. As like diagram.
Okay, you're still invisible, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. You hear difficult to describe the pitch, but a very wet sounding, raspy voice. Ask a question, are you foolish or are you brave?
Is that to me or?
You just hear it coming from the center of the room. You still can't see anything.
What voice I can take it out is
I I will respond a bit of both.
The tail stops. And it hisses, not boring. You hear the sound of scales scraping across what sounds like metal. And you can sense with your blind sight the figure shifting in the throne. And you actually hear the tail smack against the ground. Not forcefully, but kind of like how a cat will lazily drop its tail on the ground.
Mhm.
It does something similar to that. Maybe letting you answer more questions would be more fun than simply eating you. Why have you come to disrupt my boredom as I wither away?
I come for an item sent from Bestis.
When you say Bestis's name, it snaps straight at attention. It goes from being in the throne to standing up directly in front of you. I need either an acrobatics or an athletics check.
Yeah. 137.
Very good. What happens when you tie?
What happens when we tie?
Yeah, I set a number to add and I rolled a 7.
Isn't it attacker wins?
Usually in like grapple situations, because like you tie AC, you hit them, yeah, it's usually
Okay. Okay, as you go to react, the tail wraps around your arms very, very quickly. You struggle to get free and you feel like you might be able to resist, and it actually locks a grip on you.
I'll escape artist.
1 second.
I'm gonna use dynamic power to create a pillar and hit the figure.
Okay. Roll a power spell attack for your dynamic power usage. And which escape artist feature are you using?
Escaping from a grapple.
Okay. Does that give you a second chance?
It means I can escape from any grapple that's not magical. But I don't have any movement for that round.
Okay. In this instance, this would classify as a magical grapple.
All right, then I'm gonna shout, open the pocket dimension.
I rolled a 99 and I rolled a 99 again.
Okay. And you're having a pillar come out of the ground to just like smash him into the ceiling, or come sideways and try to hit him?
Wanna like aim it and make it hit the figure's head.
Okay, so instead of like a massive pillar, you want a small one to come out. Right? Okay, that we can do. Roll a d6 damage for each rank of your dynamic power, and then you're going to add your wisdom to the result.
So my dynamic power earth is rank 4, so 46.
And then you add your wisdom modifier after you roll.
Ooh, wisdom. Let's see what wisdom. Just like a straight wisdom? Saving throw or just wisdom?
Wisdom. Just wisdom.
Okay.
Your modifier.
Plus 77 to what I roll. 3, 6, 8, 11. 11 for 77 is, wait, 88.
Okay. You caused the stone to shoot out from the wall near you. The entire pyramid is made out of stone. It clocks him right in the side of the face, which staggers him. He rolls with the impact, and Tux rolls across the ground and jumps up against the wall, dragging Talia along with him. As he does so, he hisses very angrily and abyssal. The betrayer sends assassins instead of honoring the deal. You will not destroy me here. The tribunal will know. You will face the music.
Now open the pocket dimension.
Okay. Door opens.
How long were we in there?
Is time passage the same?
It's slightly sped up, like an hour, maybe an hour and a half in there kind of thing.
Maybe 20 minutes, not long at all.
Perfect. I would have sat and meditated and taken one of my spells real quick. Or spent 10 minutes of that.
Yeah, you would have to. That's been an issue for some days.
I'm gonna go ahead and step out of the pocket dimension when the door opens.
Okay, when you step out of the pocket dimension, Gildred is invisible, but you can see Talia, the bright beacon that is Dion Greystone. It fills the inside of the little temple with bright golden light, and as you are bound by it, you hear Dromacon hiss and you see its skin starting to smoke a tad bit almost instantly. And it starts running across the wall. You see in the light, and since nobody else can see it, I can actually use the picture in Discord.
Whoa, that is a Xeno lizard.
Yes,
That
I
is
love
a
that
Xeno.
picture. I was thinking of you when I picked that too.
Really?
Yes,
Mm,
thought you'd like that.
I do.
Crawling across the ceiling on the inside of this vaulted stone. It's almost like a Parthenon style structure. It's held up by columns. Well, the entryways are framed with columns that have a solid stone walls going around the rest of the way. Excuse me. The interior is all completely open with just the one throne and a couple of altars for offerings. Speaking of, it doesn't look like there's been anybody in here making offerings for quite some time. And the quote unquote guard with the bow and arrow is still sleeping just up against the wall inside one of the doorways.
I want to use my dynamic power again, but he's crawling up the wall, right?
Mhm.
I want to like use my dynamic power earth to like bend the stone and trap him in like a sphere of or stone.
Okay.
Don't forget about me.
Okay, roll a spell attack. That is a fantastic idea. Is everybody pouring out behind Dion?
Well, so before we get too far into combat, I did say I just wanted to talk to Persona
Yes.
while you were in there.
Yes, you did.
Like rewind time just a little bit.
Yes, we don't have a whole lot of time to get meditating, but yeah.
No, well, so I spent 10 minutes meditating.
Okay.
So to change out my second roll as well. But no, yeah, so I just would have wanted to go up to her. Nice swords.
Well, it says they're knives, but
It's knives. He?
demon?
Oh. Okay. So we're just taking things from strange demons now?
Well, he's not strange.
A little strange.
I mean, no stranger than any other demons, but I thought he was your ally.
No. No, the farthest thing. Maybe Chico's.
Okay, well, Chico's your friend. He's our friend. Doesn't that make you friends?
I don't know if it works that way.
Why wouldn't it?
There's a lot of problems there. But I just wanted to check in with you. You okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Enjoying the trip.
I meant more about what happened in Monte's.
Yeah, I believe so. We'll process more when we're not literally in the land of fallen souls.
I spent the previous day in a prison cell, so I know they're not fun.
Well, it was undoubtedly better for me than for you. I didn't spend much time in the cell per se.
What are you doing?
Chit-chatting, playing cards, little harmless flirting,
Of course.
anything to get out of that concrete box.
Was it an anti-magic cell?
I believe so.
Yeah, I spent 4 hours in one. I never want to do that again.
Well, no, 4 minutes was enough for me.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't even sense the water in the city. But it was not okay. I'm not doing great, but we're here. We're going to fight things. And you're going to fight things with swords from a demon.
Okay. Pocket dimension opens up. Dion, you jump out, illuminate the room, draw a bead on the bad guy skittering across the wall. As Aurora and Bersana come out behind you, you take notice of the fact that Talia is wrapped up in this thing's tail, which seems to be abnormally long. It is stopped dead in its tracks as the wall itself grabs it and sucks like its extremities into the stone itself and holds it fast. Damn disadvantage. Natural 20 and a 2. Reflexively, with the loss of momentum and the shock, it releases you and you're able to drop harmlessly to the ground, Talia.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Awesome.
Can I like trap him in a sphere like you, like Set did with the shadow cloak? Oh, the stone.
Oh, like with the sand? Yeah, you can do that.
How far away am I from him?
Directly beneath it, maybe 15 feet.
Oh, okay.
It's not speaking at this point. It's hissing and flailing its tail about, much like an animal.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
So it's up off the ground.
Stuck to the wall now. Very unhappy. And the wall seems to be swallowing it more.
well, I'll speak out. You know what we've come for. Relinquish the relic.
When he says
We
that,
can make this quick.
I'll make a tiny hole so he can hear it, so the wizard thing can hear it.
So when he says that you hadn't completely covered it yet, its head and part of its shoulder was still exposed, and part of its tail still flicking around. It stops when you speak, Dion, and turns its head and hisses an abyssal. It says, "You want that cursed thing?"
I'll speak in abyssal. Bestis wants it back. So we're here to make a deal.
I will listen. Free me. We'll talk.
And they're talking in abyssal, right?
Yes.
I'll lower the sphere and.
Do you speak abyssal? You have no idea what's being said. You can see that Talia is talking to it. You understand.
Yeah, I want to cast Detect Thoughts real quick. As he's saying free me and we'll talk. I want to know what he's thinking about.
It's thinking that it finally has an opportunity to get rid of the curse. They never should have trusted Bestis.
I look at Gildred.
And underneath that is a strong desire to go back to the swamp. It doesn't want to be here. It doesn't want to be a demon lord anymore. It wants to go home.
I'm gonna look at Gildred. Let him go.
I'll lower the sphere and let it go. And then put the stone back where it was.
Switch to abyssal. You're free. Talk. What do we need to give you? Or what do you need in order for us to take that item from you? Although it seems like you want it gone, so I wouldn't expect much.
As it's standing there, you can hear very faint clicking sound emanating from its throat. It's like Jet moving its head back and forth. Obviously, it has no eyes, but it's clearly trying to perceive all of you. And it says, "You are not from here. How did you get here?"
Clearly.
What's the matter?
Okay.
We're here now.
It crawls forward, very, very creepy, insecty demon way, and starts sniffing. And particularly, it sniffs at Gildred's feet. And it stands up very quickly. It says, "You've been there. You've been to the marsh.
We have.
Can you take me there?"
If he wants to deal with Iosis.
It seems almost wistful and relaxes when you say the word Iosis.
We have a problem there, though. The corruption of the swamp is killing innocent people.
He flexes the muscles through his arms and upper torso, and you can assume it might. It's probably supposed to be a more aggressive sound, but it's just kind of a hiss. This is. I remember that infection took root before I was slain. My soul was condemned to this place.
So you're not the cause of it.
No,
You
It's
know
the
what
cause
is?
of my downfall.
Insight check.
You stop it. Well, I have detect thoughts up for the next minute, so I know if he's telling the
Oh,
truth.
okay.
It
Sorry.
knows that it's Monefag. Monefag's corruption seeped into the swamp from what you can see through his thoughts and stole his worshippers from him, costing him his power. He used to be a demigod of the swamp. But Monefag stole the worshippers, reduced his power, was able to destroy him, banish him to the hells, and he became a demon prince.
So is that something, if we were to get you back there, could you reverse it?
I could help. I can take my people back from him. If they see me, they'll know that he's lying. He pretends to be me. He speaks through my image, through my idols. He's guiding my people down a dark path.
And they're
Well, he's
still,
good.
Thoughts and telling the truth?
they're,
He's good
speak-
at doing that.
they're still speaking in abyssal, right?
Yeah.
He is not a good being. A lot of his practices wouldn't fly in a civilized world, but he is motivated by the swamp.
Better than Monefag.
He's more animal than man and doesn't have much interest in men's things. He would be content with his worshippers in the swamp. But with that said, that's only because he gets power from it. He was a demigod. He's very powerful.
So the question is, do you know how to get you out of here?
Only the one who rules can take anyone away. In order for any of us to leave, one of us has to acquire the right to claim the throne, which the deceitful hunk of rubble made sure we could not.
We know how to.
You know where the fifth piece is?
No, but Bess is gonna lead us right to it. He needs her at the very least. I'm not there. I just said it anyway. I don't say your name. But he needs at least one of us. So he'll take us there. And I have no plans on unleashing Bestis into the world.
We do not trust him as far as we can throw him. And I can throw pretty far.
It makes a sound you can only assume is a bit of a chuckle. It says, "You're wise not to trust him. His words are like poison." Even
Sadly
now,
not. Sadly,
you are caught in a trap you don't even know you stepped into.
No, we know we're in a trap. None of us want to be here. Well, most of us don't want to be here.
You understand only the Lord of this realm can allow anyone to leave it. You have to trust him to send you home.
We're well aware.
or a Lord that would do it for us. Doesn't just have to be him if we can find that fifth piece.
And I'm hoping that that fifth piece comes to us instead of him.
Well,
Mhm.
the throne cannot be inherited by any, especially not with a mortal soul.
No, but we have one in our group who could inherit it
Hmm.
if need be. Someone Bessus has particularly chosen himself.
Well, be they demon, there may be a chance.
They are.
Hmm.
And as much as I don't wish that upon them, I'd rather her in charge than Bessus.
I will make you an offer. Present me this demon of yours, and I will give her, or give them, he doesn't know it's her, this boon from best disposal bar, that they may inherit the burden.
You should just look at Aurora and just like,
If you do not acquire the hand of pain and the missing key, and then do not return me to the swamp that I can save my people, you will contractually return the power to me and stay as my subordinates forever.
Are you really sure about that?
You can't understand what he's saying.
Just me
I
and
pull out
Aurora
Chico's
don't
bag.
understand.
He holds his hand up and like rolled up parchment appears. Holds up his other hand and an ink quill. Extends it towards you.
Is that really for me to sign?
So any of you will do.
I'll sign it.
Just need someone to agree.
You want to meet our friend first?
I would prefer you sign your souls over now.
It's up to you,
I'll sign
Tom.
it. I'll sign it if it means we have a deal.
If
Does
you
that
agree
mean-
it,
Does it mean everyone or just my soul?
He said everyone. I would read it. Should probably read it.
Yeah, I will read it, obviously.
I'm gonna read it with him. Her.
okay. You are both in different ways fairly familiar with contracts. Here we go. I just need a skill sheet.
You in a good way, me in a bad way.
I would say you can choose either deception or persuasion to read through it and look for loopholes.
Stuck in the middle. There we go. A big number. 108 persuasion.
You would beat mine no matter what. Unless I did the little ability that I have, but would that work?
You're working together. I mean, you can look over the document as a team.
Yeah, well, I'll just give her advantage.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
That's indoor.
All right. Don't sign it. 2 paragraphs in, you're like, oh, hell no. This is not even close to what you just said.
Yeah, that's not gonna fly.
Like, everything he didn't say is being used as a deceitful loophole, some kind of way.
That's not gonna fly. You obviously want out of this place, and we're your only answer to do that. So why don't you give us a fair deal that we can actually agree to? And I'm gonna try to use my dynamic power.
Roll the spell attack. No, you're not actually attacking.
116.
Th-
Yeah,
I don't even
116.
ask for these rolls anymore.
Hmm.
Okay, that's
Does-
crazy.
Does Aurora's tone change? Does she seem frustrated?
Not frustrated, but determined and
Mm.
serious.
It's like both of us looked at the contract and went, look back up.
The last statement she makes is a little bit more authority to it, and you do notice a change in the demon's demeanor. The power of your beauty transcends sight in this instance. It does seem to be swayed. It's fine. Have it. It's the only fun I've had for thousands of years. Waves his hand. That scroll disappears. Another one reappears, significantly shorter, very closely mirroring what he said, minus all the loopholes.
Yeah, would read through it again.
But
Yeah,
according to
I'll-
this, if you are able to recover the power, take the throne and free him, then he will help you cleanse the swamp and fulfill that obligation. But it also states very clearly that if any part of that is not fulfilled, then all of you will be condemned here as his slaves.
Now, is this including
Does
just,
not include Jico because she's not present.
does this include just in cases of betrayal or in cases of failure as well?
Well, on your behalf, if your betrayal leads to failure, then obviously.
No, but if we were to die before we got to that point, are our souls forfeit to you?
Well, of course, that would constitute failure.
I switch back to common. How confident are we in our abilities, guys?
Our ability to do what?
Put the pieces of this artifact together and take control.
Why do you ask? You've been talking to this demon in another language. Is there something you need to share?
I'll relay everything that's happened already in the conversation, like the history of this demon and everything, and the deal.
Oh,
I've been in his mind. I know he's telling the truth. He's not the source of the corruption.
this cycle makes me uncomfortable.
I mean,
More
Makes us
more
all
deals
uncomfortable.
with more deals with demons. You make one deal with a demon, you make another deal with a demon.
I'm gonna subtly cast locate object and look for something similar to what Rio showed us at the beginning.
What do you mean?
A piece of the artifact. Did he show us a piece?
Oh, right.
Anything if it's within 1,000 feet, I get a little ping.
Do you need to know the actual object?
It says oh my gosh, typing hard.
Words.
I kept trying to capitalize letters, it's freaking out. It says describe or name an object that is familiar to you. So
Familiar to you is a bit of a stretch.
no, so I just try and describe an object that is a piece of the was it palm of pain?
Hand of pain.
Hand of pain. And that would go with the piece we were shown earlier. Just do every description I can know of to try and see if this will work.
Okay, it indicates that whatever it is a part of drama.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I'm going to send a message in everyone's head so that he cannot hear me, just in case he understands common. The piece we're looking for is a part of him. We gotta kill him or take the deal. And if we kill him, I don't guarantee we can stop the corruption.
Well, if we weren't able to stop the corruption,
I'm gonna
this is
respond. I'm gonna respond with how do we get all the pieces?
I got an idea. What's this demon's name again?
Joel McCon.
We have a
Dramagon?
string. Who has the coin?
I have an idea, Dramagon.
Oh, yeah.
How about we have a simpler contract? You give us the piece, and if and when we succeed, we help you out of here.
That's kind of
Well, that's what
deal
this says.
on the table.
No,
This has
no.
contingencies to protect me.
If we fail, you don't get our souls. We just fail. But we're not gonna fail. We will succeed.
You see, your version has no gain for me on the back end.
It has everything to gain for you. If we succeed, if we take this risk, we free you. We're
do
prepared to
notice that
take that risk.
The demon starts speaking to him in common.
Yeah, okay. So,
He didn't miss a beat.
yeah.
Mhm.
We are prepared to take that risk, and we are prepared to get you out of here.
What percent is this now? 9%.
Go get the cord.
Where is it?
I don't know. Grab any one of the target tables from downstairs.
I'm gonna get
It
the.
doesn't
Are you set on it being all of us? Could it just be a few of us?
As long as one is yours. He does sniff the air in a very Hannibal Lecter-y way.
Don't do that. Change it then. Mine. No one else involved.
Done.
Sign it.
He immediately starts to convulse and jerk with a visible like bulge in his chest, and with some very, very foul smelling, slimy retching, regurgitates a very large chunk of iron that appears to be torn away from its source. Rio, you know on sight, even though you didn't remember it prior, that this is indeed one of the pieces to the Hand of Pain. You also remember that the Hand of Pain is not a hand per se, it's a spiked buckler that's definitely more offensive than defensive.
So you want to meet our friend now?
It gathers itself, doesn't even bother to wipe the bile and spittle off of its face. And it says, that would be necessary. Anyone without demonic blood that touches it will be consumed by it.
I pull out Chico's bag. Open it up.
Alright, I sped up time in there a little bit, or slowed down time in there a little bit, like. So when I come out, I'm gonna look a little different.
Okay, how so?
I'm gonna look 2 years older.
A little bit?
A little bit.
Just a little bit different.
Just a little bit? Did you hop over to New Felicia for a little bit?
The inspiration is from there.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what else were you doing there aside from spending 2 years in solitude going nuts?
I have things in my pocket.
Yeah, do you have people to interact with?
In her head.
That's the problem.
We will talk about what I was doing. Now.
You haven't exactly been a beacon for mental stability.
I know. We will discuss what I was doing in there alone.
Okay.
Since
Good.
I was alone,
But,
nobody else needs to know.
any other outward changes aside from being a little older?
No.
Okay. You're going to look significantly more grown though. At this stage in your growth. That 2 years of maturity is the important 2 years when you start to fill out in a more full figure.
Nice. The magical brawl that I made when I was a child, probably.
Has a purpose now.
Yeah, it has a purpose.
Hey, you were trying to keep up with the Joneses at first. Now it actually does the job.
Okay.
The lines are a little bigger.
When you come out, I double take as I 100% notice you look different. You immediately get a message. We're not fighting. We've made a deal.
As you say, we're not fighting.
No, in her head.
But as you receive that message, you hear that in your head. Your eyes are telling you that it's fight time because this big gnarly eyeless lizard man hisses and recoils from you with his tail like twitching above its head for a second, looking dead at you. After a split second, you thought for sure it was going to strike at you, but it didn't. Cocked its head instead, and then you hear the trilling click echoing from its throat. It's more intense than previously, but it turned its head at very odd angles and seems to, in jerky movements, make its way towards you very slowly. Eventually straightens up. You smell like him.
So take that as a compliment.
This is the one.
She is.
This is the one.
I am the one.
I'll tell you later. A
So-
lot's happened. Real
So,
fast.
as it were,
Hugo, you need to retrieve the relic, and I point to it where he dropped it on the ground.
he's actually holding it in his hand.
Oh, he isn't.
He extends the hunk of metal towards you. As he does so, it bursts into flames. He says, do you accept this boon? He practically spits the word boon out from our Lord Vestus Bolzabar, along with the responsibilities of the throne.
Surely.
He shoves it into your arms. As you take it, it immediately explodes in a shower of sparks and molten metal that, instead of flying out in every direction, swirl around you and start to coalesce and then shoot into you. You feel it burning its way into your flesh. All of you see the exact same thing. The searing agony very quickly gives way to a rush of power as you feel the essence of it surge through your veins.
I mean,
As you were standing close to her, you did flinch back at the explosion of sparks. You can feel the air getting warmer standing closer to her. She kind of curls in on herself for just a moment and stands up straight. Did you still have your wings out?
No.
But you didn't bring your wings out. Her horns appear to grow about 1.5 inches or so, and the tips start catch on fire, and then a flaming halo appears in the air just above her horns. As she opens her eyes, you notice there's like flames inside the pupils. A small smile stretches across her lips, and her teeth seem a little more pointed than usual. On paper, add 1 rank to your dynamic power blade and your dynamic power fire. And for the interim, you are a Lord of the Abyss. You feel the land around you pulsing and begging you to tell it what it should be.
well, that's just getting this power back's gonna be a hard bargain.
I don't want to go back to him.
You don't want to.
All of you roll a perception check.
147.
Natural 20.
Mhm.
I
35.
scared myself out of the chair with the holder.
I will fake it till I make it. With my dex. And I rolled a nat-
Out of here in the-
Perception plus a 2 to what I roll. That's a 17. All I've rolled is 14s, 17s, and 20s on that die.
We should keep track of that die.
Yeah.
Definitely likes you more than it likes me.
It's perfect because we're in like a black and gray area.
Did you roll your perception level?
Oh, I'd probably fail that.
It's Chico.
70. I got a
I
He
rolled
just
a
got natural 1. He just got closer to the beaver board, just not paying attention.
I was gonna fake it till I make it.
I heard that.
Sorry.
I heard you when you said that. I did not hear your total though.
It's a natural 20. 147 with a natural 20.
Sweet baby Jesus.
That's what I got with an 11.
Okay.
I got that.
Okay. You don't hear it right away. You do notice a spot of color on the horizon. You and Talia both look up as you swear when a wind starts to pick up from nowhere. You're pretty sure you smell a hint of incense beneath the sulfur and just ambient death that's permeated every other layer since you've been here. But you know for sure you hear a couple of notes of flute music very faintly.
Oh, God. Okay.
As you guys stand here, just kind of taking in the moment, there was a whole lot of buildup and then surprisingly peaceful resolution. All of you start to notice as Gildred is walking over towards the edge of the pyramid, and you look, the trees in the horizon are changing color. Instead of black and shades of gray, they're being replaced with whites and pinks, like cherry blossoms. And the landscape very slowly starts to transform itself into the subconscious memories of Oni Mountain and Jigo's childhood.
I'm gonna go over and grab Jigo's arm. We need to have a serious conversation
She
very
is
soon.
hot.
Okay, ow. We need to have a serious conversation soon
What about this?
about what you missed.
Oh, no. What are those?
A lot.
Oh, okay.
You are chaotic neutral, correct?
That sounds right.
Yes, chaotic neutral.
What were you just about to say?
I want to fly up in the air and see where the music is coming from.
As you fly up into the air, you don't see any ready source for the music right away. But the higher you go, the more you can tell that this change in the landscape is global. It's spreading in every direction. Instead of just a sprawling black swamp of nothingness, it's becoming a very lush forest, like you would find around on the side of Oni Mountain.
How's Dromicon faring? Looking over at him.
He's cocking his head around. Not really sure what to make of his behavior. He's very animalistic, and his movements are really, really jerky, like out of a bad horror movie.
Well, I know animals pretty well.
Right. Even so, he's difficult to get a read on. Seems to be observing without having eyes. They kind of cocks his head around to try and get different angles and reflections. And he stops and says, "It is done. The curse of the curse of the Rust Crown is now yours to bear. Take his stench with you.
So you're going to stay here and wait?
I have no choice." As you're looking at him, he starts to change visibly a little bit. He doesn't seem quite as thin. Seems to fill out just a tad bit, and the blackness of his scale starts to acquire a little bit of color. It's still a pretty sickly shade of gray or green, but he does have actual color to him. He says, "I will find you when you return. We'll all know when it's time to seize the throne."
All right.
And skitters off down the steps, disappears in the changing forest now.
As soon as he's gone, can we all get in our pocket dimension for a moment? I don't want your friend hearing this.
Okay.
Open it up. Not sure everyone.
Yeah, I'll go in.
I'll stay out here.
Okay.
Someone has to stay out here with the pocket dimension.
You don't have to stay.
Somebody does though,
Well,
because you're scared.
It clatters to the ground.
no, if it comes with me.
Right, if you take it in, that's
It
right.
just the portal just stays stationary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Everyone can go in. The portal will just be here when we come back.
Okay.
Okay.
Once everyone who's in comes in, I'm gonna close it.
Yeah, I'll step inside.
So we might have made a deal with the demon lord, or former demon lord. Sure, I don't know.
All right, and
We have to assemble the artifact.
all right, we were doing that anyway.
But we need to have the power, not
Okay.
Bestus.
But
Bestus can't be trusted. Not with us. He can for you.
No, he
He
can't.
likes you. He doesn't give a damn about the rest of us. And he will keep us trapped here. You know that. If you
You're-
think about it for even a second.
You are only a piece in his chess game.
I don't care what you do once we're gone. But in order for us to get out of here alive, we need to find those 5 pieces,
Mhm.
and someone of demonic ancestry needs to hold them. And you're the only one I know that fits that bill.
what?
Have you not seen the difference in the surrounding?
You've already taken a piece of it. You're stuck here right away. Just if you get all 5, you can at least control where you go.
It accepted you when, for others, it would probably kill us.
The pieces
Yeah,
are
Why
I
do you
have a
think?
choice.
Why do you think Bestus wants you so much? Maybe you're the final piece.
Bersana says it does make sense. Only you're demon blooded to begin with. That would explain his attachment to your people all this time. Looking for
You're
the right one.
You're the piece for
debate.
him to get into the natural realm,
And he
and
chose you.
cause mayhem. He doesn't care about you. He just cares about getting into the realm.
I don't know if that's true. I think he holds some sort of affection for her. I'm not sure that we can understand it at all.
Some sort of affection, but more.
Like I said, he doesn't care about us or anyone else in the material world.
He just wants to get into the material world. He's had his fun in the abyss.
So I think our best plan, our only real plan, is to get the 5 pieces, put you in charge.
Bersana says, wait a second, that last bit there, hasn't he been in our world?
Partially,
There's a sword.
not in his full body.
It seems like all of this is an effort for him to get back home and stay here. So maybe we should give him what he wants.
But there's no guarantee he'll let us leave.
Well, there is that.
Chico would let us leave. I would hope.
I don't trust Brett.
I would hope. Wait a minute, you're not answering me.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had to fuck with you for a minute.
No, please don't. I'm not right now. There's another piece of the puzzle that you missed. If we don't get those 5 pieces and release Dromacon back into the prime material plane, I'm stuck here.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to do that then.
Are you okay with this is betraying Bestus and what he's asked of us? Are you gonna be able to do that?
I don't know. I got a
That's
lot of
not-
soul searching.
We're not leaving this place until you figure out an answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that sounds like a potty break for the overheard one.
Big facts.
Like I said, after you let us out, you let Dromacon out, if you want to give the power back to Bestus, we can't stop you. But we need you to at least temporarily take it.
Also know that he asked for all our souls, and she gave him hers to protect you, protect all of us.
You could have just killed him.
I don't think we could have. I mean, no, we could have,
You
But-
could have just killed
but
him.
then our problem in the prime material plane was still in there. He has an answer to fixing this one, an answer we never found.
When his people see him, they'll be able to escape Monefex lies and hopefully cure the corruption in the swamp.
Or so we hope.
Isn't everything we do hope?
Unless Monefex corruption is too strong. Nonetheless, we made a deal. Hopefully, Chico, you can make the right choice.
He
Take
always does that. Check the record. Hey, I know a couple of our guys here are CP heads. You guys good for a while, or do you want me to try and wrap up soon?
Oh, I'm
I can
exhausted.
go a little. Yeah, I can go a little bit longer.
I'm good.
All right, I'm gonna fill up my coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, that wasn't on tape, so I don't know what you guys said.
Oh, was it?
Nope, I was not
No,
recording.
we're
I
not recording.
apologize. We're recording now, though.
We're gonna
I'm not supposed to know what you said.
pass this until we can.
I didn't tell.
No,
Oh, you thought we were
No.
talking about it. Okay, that's fine.
you now can't be trusted.
Okay.
Okay, he didn't tell me anything anyway, that's why I snitched on him.
Oh, okay. That's just okay.
He's like, I don't know. What, how are you gonna tell me they're talking about me, but not tell me what they're telling you?
You do that.
That's a standard, though. We talk about you a lot.
I know how you feel about this.
Do you?
Now he
You explicitly told me, yes. And I understand that having to betray him even temporarily is going to be near impossible for you. But all I'm asking is like, for just a moment, you remember all that we have all gone through together and understand we just want to make it out of here alive. And we can't do that if Festus gets us our death first.
I don't see why he wouldn't just put you all,
Because
you're being mean to him?
but no,
I wouldn't want to. Oh, I'm just saying, all right. See, if there was an attitude change in the way we deal with a certain somebody, then.
the demon lord said he wasn't trustable.
First off,
Okay, well, he was
Second.
telling the truth.
second off, he's a demon. Demons are trustable.
But you're asking us to trust him.
And yet you're trusting
Because if I
Bestus.
ask him to send you all home, you think he'll tell me no?
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Brasana says, of course they don't trust him. He told us himself, this whole war that they're waging against each other is just a trap he set to keep them busy. We already know he deceived them to get what he wanted out of them. Of course,
Exactly. He's
they
a
just trust him.
deceiver. He
manipulated them.
deceives people, even people he likes and admires.
What we
I don't
want,
think he likes it in marriage.
we want you to make sure we get out of here. We want you to do
I am
that.
guaranteeing you all a way out of here, whether best is look, and I'm going to use my teleportation, my walk through dimension doors.
When was the last time you used that, or have you ever?
It's been a hot minute. Back on the mountain, when we were fighting that one really, really tough guy,
The barbarian.
not the barbarian. Not the thing that had 3 evolutions, not that one.
Hmm.
But the,
You faced off against Cell?
It was a concept that was Jackson's debut in this game. Before he wrote up this character, or converted this character to this game, he played a bad guy in this campaign, and kind of kicked the party's ass.
Knocked out Chico.
Yeah, he laid into him, and he did so well that we invited him to join the big game. 'Cause we were previously running a kids game for him that me and Ray played in with him.
it's called Spirit Walk. I know that much. Attributes.
Pretty sure you can't take people with you.
Step through planes 30 feet to a place you have seen before as bonus action twice for short rest. It doesn't say I can't.
But it's only 30 feet. It's not gonna take us to a different plane.
Just step through planes 30
That's-
feet.
That's flavor text and how you teleport.
Yeah. You create a planar rift. It doesn't allow you to just go to the other plane.
It's like me and
I mean,
my
in
shadow
that
step.
regard, Gildred has plane shift. He could plane shift the way Bessus was talking and how the demon lord talked. I don't think it works here. I don't think it's the magic's allowed or whatever.
And I can
I really can't
teleport
take
us to
people.
trees.
Say again.
I really can't take people with me. I step through the abyss like Mia with shadow step.
Mia does it differently. She doesn't do it with a racial ability. She does it with dynamic power shadow.
Okay.
Like she straight up opens portals and walks through them. The way you use it, it's intended to be a self-only thing.
Okay.
We could argue that it would be possible for you, depending upon whatever else you have. What exactly are you trying to do with it? Just take somebody 30 feet away or travel to another plane?
Travel to another point.
Yeah, it's definitely not supposed to work that way.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
create
it's
a
like
temporary gateway.
my shadow step.
Yeah, it's more, the way you use it, it's more like you create a tiny little wormhole
Okay.
and slip through it real quick,
Okay.
as opposed to an actual portal that lets you go from one plane to the next.
Okay. I had to try.
It's like dimension door versus teleport circle.
Mm. Mm.
So we don't have a way to get out. No, that's
Little artifact, whatever it is. Mm. Sure, guys, whatever.
And another way we can get back home, I can get us home by
I touch on one of those trees.
that won't work through planes. Plane shift does. But again, Bestus and the demon lord both said the only person that can teleport people out of this realm is the leader of the realm. So unless he was lying about that, which is totally possible, he's our only way out if we give him the power. Or it could be you.
And what would stop him from keeping us here for his own entertainment?
Brasana says very, like,
I haven't
straight
said
face,
I'm not gonna-
nothing.
No, I know that.
When if he gains his power back, we would all be at his mercy.
We'd all be dead.
And Brasana shrugs, just maybe.
I don't know if he'd kill us. That's boring.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
He'd torture us for thousands of years until he got bored.
I don't see why, unless y'all are just being dicks to him. Why can't y'all just be cool? He's cool.
It says, yeah, I mean, if anything, I mean, he seems to be fairly classy as demons go. He would probably enslave you and make use of your abilities before he would destroy you for no reason.
Yeah,
Sure.
look at Rio.
She shrugs and looks at you and defensively. It's just being practical. I mean,
You're not talking.
I literally
Oh, this is
point
nice.
to Rio. I was like, look at him. He is sadly a puppet to Bestest.
yeah, worst case, we end up like this
Yeah.
guy. You may not be all there, but he's technically here. He's better than dead, right?
But he also 100% will not agree to let Droll come and go. So that at least guarantees that I'm stuck here forever. And yeah, that's my fault if that's the case currently, but it's what we're dealing with.
Alright. Like I said, I never said no.
No, but you haven't said yes.
I don't know.
Begrudgingly.
It's a because it's yes, but yeah.
You may think we're going against you, but we're thinking of your well-being and everyone's well-being.
I don't get it, but I stopped caring. Let's just do it and get it over with. I'm gonna be a freaking ruler of the abyss. What's it gonna fucking matter after that?
As she says, going to be, you all become aware that the change to the landscape has made it to where you are, as the stone pillared doorways are before your very eyes, just transforming themselves into paper walls with lanterns hanging outside, bamboo floors.
Are we in a pocket dimension?
No.
I thought we all went into the pocket dimension.
You did, sorry.
We did.
Yeah, you sure did. That's on me.
That's okay.
We'd be stepping out right about now.
As you do step out of the pocket dimension, then, since my timing wasn't that terrible, you do notice, as I described, it's no longer a stone pyramid. It is now, to some of you, a pretty familiar looking grotto with some long tables and benches and long wooden walkways with little, very short railing, a huge koi pond running beneath it all. Looks very, very similar to the eating area or cafeteria area at Oni Mountain, where the two of you grew up. Few changes though. The sky is still red, and you still do smell lingering traces of like sulfurous smoke. But the landscape is cherry blossoms, and you hear the sounds of what sounds at this point to be ordinary samurai life going on outside.
You ever miss these times? When they're like dealing lords and our lives were in danger constantly.
Yeah, Dion,
Oh, when I used to get picked on and made fun of for
Yeah.
being a tiny little.
you're not fooled by
Shit,
the appearance.
even though-
You're seriously uncomfortable.
Outside of the
Like,
people.
the more
Oh,
normal
yeah,
it
it was
looks,
just
the
me.
less you trust. You can tell this is completely demonic, and is you feel like it's they're trying to trick you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been uncomfortable the entire time I was in there.
Fucking course.
Back in
Yeah, I trust nothing in here. I only came in hopes that I could help get everybody out.
What is it called? What? Thing. The thing that I took,
It's a piece of the hand of pain.
hand of pain.
So where'd you next? How do we get back? Do we have all 4 coins or just the one that we took?
You had all four.
What was that demon's name again?
Dromacon.
It's DROLLMOKON.
Yeah.
do we notice a doorway from where we came in at to like use the same sigil?
Not anywhere near here. They traveled for about
Right.
2.5 hours, yeah.
Well, did you guys think you remember how to get back where you came from?
Maybe.
Let's get going. It's over with.
Just one thing I want to mention, I can fly at 100 miles per hour. With the flying thing.
Chico.
Yeah.
Now that you're in charge, maybe you know the way out of here.
Do I know the way out?
Not exactly. You are connected to the land, and now that you're thinking about it, you can feel that there's a gateway out there. But you can also feel that it's shifting along with everything else.
No, like the way
Place.
back.
Yeah, to the gateway.
Right. We're back to the bloody battlefield, or Bestis is.
The throne room.
Yeah, where Bestis is, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we were saying the same thing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
cool,
that's
cool,
what I'm
cool,
talking
cool.
about.
We do have a lot.
Mhm.
We do have a lot. I don't know why we do that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure we're speaking the same language, but. But at any rate, yes, we're talking about the same thing.
Okay.
You can feel that it's out there because you're connected to the to this entire layer. But you can also feel that it's moving around. The landscape seems to be constantly shifting and changing. It's out there. As you think about it, it stops moving.
Hmm. Are we going the right way?
Are you moving at all?
I don't know, Jack. You're waiting for someone to figure out if they knew where we were going.
Oh, I thought, okay. I thought Talia and Gildred were just leading us back.
As I understood it, you hadn't even pulled the door open to look outside yet.
Well,
We were just trying to figure out if someone knew where they were gonna go.
that's great. That's great. All right. Well, in that case, I'm gonna say, well, y'all want to go this way? See if that takes us where we go. I don't tell you why I asked the. It's just a random way.
I mean, I get that way. So yeah, sure, we'll go that way.
Here comes Sally.
Okay, so open the door and head outside.
Okay, when you open the door, it does look very familiar. There is one difference between this and the cafeteria area you were at before. There are actually panels surrounding it. The other one's completely open air. When you open this one, the differences become a little bit more dramatic. You see Oni a little larger than what you were accustomed to seeing, but none of them concealing their race at all, like full-blown giant horn-headed ogres, sporting much more brutal looking armor and weapons than the Oni from Oni Mountain. There's a lot more barbed iron coming off of them, but they are also, all of them, wearing a different version of the Kiritsu banner. It's recognizable, but it's different.
What changes were made to it?
Most notably the colors. Instead of the cherry blossom colored, pink and white that Odayaka typically adorns. Hers is blood or rust colored.
Something for the Chico quote, I was gonna use these swords and do the backside
a rust color.
Sounds about perfect. A lot of the people that you remember, there seem to be kind of echoes of. But there's a lot of other people milling about that are almost faceless. Right, their features seem to shift.
I don't want to stay here anymore. This isn't home. It's just a mask of it.
Illusion.
Yeah.
Should run away from here like you did home.
Yeah.
Okay, who actually has the coin? Do you still have it,
Talia
Talia?
has it.
I do.
Okay, they were asking about it while you were away.
I still have the coin. We're ready to go back.
They are.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so is the plan back in the pocket dimension and track it down, or since it seems to be,
Yeah, let's all stay out.
Okay.
Check it out.
I'll I will not go 120 miles per hour.
you're gonna try and walk at people speed?
It'll be faster than people speed, but
Okay,
Slow for Chico.
slow for me.
okay. You guys start walking. Are you just walking on foot? Or-
Yeah, Chico knows where she's going, so
She seems to. Is displaying the signs of someone who knows where they're going. They're following you. You keep on losing track. You're not like walking with me in real life. How I'll space out and just zoom. You keep doing that, and then you stop and you wait, and you keep going. And you stop and you wait, and it gets to a point where you actually do zip ahead. You're like, I'm gonna scout for a second, and just take off. You don't go too terribly far. Stretch your legs and you stop and sit down. You realize you need to get your bearings, so you start to think about your objective again. And it's just you're sitting there waiting for them, and you're thinking about it. You're like, oh,
When she takes
just
off.
come on, you can do it. And you're thinking about them catching up to you, trying to will them to move faster. And in your mind's eye, you feel your connection to the portal, or what you're assuming is a portal way out, getting closer to you as well. Almost like you're pulling it.
When she takes off, I'm gonna go up in the air and blast at 100 miles. Yeah, 100 miles per hour.
Okay.
Where it's hard.
Occasionally. Hi, Booger. Welcome back.
Did you have a good nap?
We saved you some ice cream. I'll get it for you in just a minute, okay, baby? You are able to follow the rooster trail of dust that she leaves to pretty much track her movements. You see her sitting down on a rock waiting for everybody else. From this viewpoint, you can see what I was describing earlier, that even though the horizon is covered with what appears to be a natural forest, just like on Oni Mountain, it's not stable. It keeps shifting and changing. Like at one point, you see that explosion on the horizon that leaves a crater behind, and smoke comes trailing out of it, and then you realize it looks familiar, and that you saw a huge crater when you were looking off the side of the mountain with smoke coming out of it. And the fire had been burned there for a long time. You remember?
Kind of.
Even as it sits there, you see it moving a little bit. About that time, the rest of you catch up to Jico, who's appears to be waiting patiently. I assume you would be focused on,
I'm trying to whittle it closer.
um. You say a charisma check?
Yeah.
Let me get that ice cream for you back.
Okay. Some more good. I said no,
A 52.
but I was looking at so.
No kidding. Okay. As you guys approach, you watch as the row of trees on the other side of Chico just gently opens up and then closes. As you're standing there, you look down and there's a stone, and it's a rather large stone. Excuse me for what it is, but it has the same circle that you used to get here inscribed on it. And you guys can't see it. It's on the other side of her, where she was sitting on another large rock waiting for you to get there. And it just kind of slides right on up to you. Trees open up and let it, and it's just there. You're like, huh.
Cool. Cool.
Doesn't suck, that's for sure.
Yeah. No. All right. Tell me.
Nice. Well, Ty, you're the coin, right?
Mm-hmm.
You drop it.
Drop it.
Hey, Dion,
Yeah,
roll a wisdom check. I think it would be wisdom. Or is he a charisma caster? Charisma check, sorry.
Is Bestus here?
No.
Currently, no.
Okay.
it's saving throw or
Just a check.
okay, so either modifier plus that's 68 or it's 72.
Okay. You've noticed that recently you had an enhanced sensitivity to different types of presences, even when your divine sense isn't active. Ever since Jico was forcefully given that first piece, it's been nagging at you, and you break down and look through your divine sense, and Jico is a demon now.
Yeah, so I won't bring it up. Just yet.
Right, but we are all there. Talia, you see the sigil
Mm-hmm.
on the stone?
Mhm. I do exactly the same I did to get here.
All right. Toss the coin. The curtain comes up. For some of you, this is the first time you've seen a curtain, but Talia would step through without hesitation. So,
Mhm.
Oliver.
Follow.
as you step back through, Bestus is pretty much as he was, with the addition of an apron, and he's actually got a hammer in hand. He seems to be working on hammering out. At this point, just a hot ingot. He seems to have just started some work. And he looks back over his shoulder, looks back down at the little disc on his watch and says, "That was fast." And he stops. He looks back over his shoulder and looks straight at you, and then cracks a smile. "That was really fast. I take it you were successful?"
You are.
Indeed. Very good. So where to next?
Hey, can I try to use exacting query on Bustus and ask him if he'll let us like go afterwards?
He, none of you hear the question, obviously. His expression seems to be a little off for a moment. And he looks in your general direction and just responds telepathically. And says, I'm sorry, you want to leave my service?
If not me, at least the rest of these people.
I'd assume that's what they wanted. Are you suggesting they want to stay? Do they want to be playmates?
No, I just wanted to make sure that you wouldn't make sure they got home safe.
Of course, you know me. Then it occurs to you that you still really don't feel like you do.
Gotcha.
As to where to go next, I think either Algath or Dothrath, maybe. Algath might be able to be reasoned with. Dothrath is probably going to be a fight.
Algath will be a tough one. He's not all there. He didn't handle his demotion very well. And quite
What
bitter.
about Misgadir?
Oh, that one's just deadly.
Yeah, no, we're not going to Misgadir. Not yet.
Is that the Fey one?
Misgadir's last.
Misgadir is the most
I
terrifying
didn't read that sentence.
hunter that I've seen.
Misgadir's not scary. That's a good thing.
So Dothrath?
We can talk to her. Sure. Dothrath.
Bestus is about that one. You may need some assistance in order to survive there.
Assistance in what way?
The breathing way. I know the air is pretty foul in the other areas, but we try to make it survivable in the event that we want something to survive long enough to play with. Or to be useful. But there's nothing like that there. It's intended to be a line of defense to help protect this area. It's a sheet of rock. It's not intended for anything to live there. The only stuff that moves are also pieces of rock.
So, are you intending you have a way to help us?
I probably got something laying around here if you guys don't have the means.
Not.
I have the means,
moment.
but only for myself.
No, I would need time to get the means.
Okay.
Like, what is it? What is that area? What is it called again?
What do you mean?
The one that Vestus and
Oh, where Dolph Churros lives.
which one is that one?
The stone wasteland.
Just
Rio mentioned that he's a construct. Is he a mindless construct?
Not anymore.
He's a murderer
initially.
protector.
So he has mental capabilities.
Does now, yes. His creators thought he was so effective, they just had to make it better. And they did, and it was too good. And it destroyed them and consumed their power and continued to terrorize until it was eventually banished down here by heroes. They love throwing things they can't deal with down here. The abyss is just a dumpster for overpowered bad things.
I could probably make something to help us. I just need time.
I got all the time in the world.
Yeah.
Wait, just one question, is it just like a block of
I can
stone?
put you in the pocket dimension to deal with that time.
I can hop in the pocket dimension. It'll take a minute of this time,
Like
but
if
it
you
goes fast.
Like you ever seen the salt flats?
So mechanics wise,
We'll have pictures so you can visualize it later.
I can use my PowerPoints to create items for other people, right?
Okay, adaptation.
Yeah. Okay. If you have the resources, depending upon how potent it is, you can get away with making certain trinkets without having to pay your
So-
PowerPoints.
Putting adaptation on trinkets.
And
So we
that's,
can breathe.
that's a super common magical item.
Right. Okay. So I've got 12 PowerPoints.
You don't need to for me.
Is that enough to make, you don't need one?
No, I can already do it.
Enough to make one for everyone else?
Just with adaptation on
Just so we can breathe.
it. Okay.
Does vacuum, it's, like,
Yes, that means an environment where there is not breathable air
okay,
or
so
with no atmosphere.
I can,
Exactly what they're talking about.
Okay, so you already have, okay, minus 2 people.
I've already done. I can breathe in space too.
Just 2 of them is all you need, or 3?
Well, no, it's minus, so Gilder doesn't need one, Talia doesn't need one, the rest of us need one, I imagine.
So that's 4. Correct, total?
Me, Chico, Dion, Persona,
Rio,
and Rio, so 5.
Okay. For the sake of generosity, if they're just gonna do adaptation, that's not a big deal as far as magic items go.
Mhm.
That's something you'd be able to find at Dentari's, but yours would be more reliable. Mass produced things tend to break. I'll let you do them all for one PowerPoint.
Okay. And just for the sake of item placement, I'm just going to add it to Bresona's amulet. She already has adaptation on it for underwater breathing. I'm just gonna add this one to her amulet.
Okay, so you would just be expanding her so they're fucking all.
Yeah, just for serious sake.
Cool.
Okay, I can hop in there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make
based on my pocket dimension.
All right, so that would be, oh crap. You, Ryo, looks like you're on it already, Dion. What are you making, like a necklace or a ring or something different for everybody?
probably just a ring for everybody.
Okay.
Probably easiest.
You would all get a ring of adaptation that creates a very thin sheath of fresh, breathable air around you at all times. That does effectively make you immune to gas type attacks.
Fancy.
Due to the adaptation effect, they can't reach your mouth or your nose.
And I make sure to, as I'm handing them out, make sure Vestas sees what I've made and like craftsmanship wise. Let me show them off a little bit.
Are you going to roll a tool check
Yeah,
to
sure.
see how good you do?
How do I do that? What am I adding?
Are you proficient with jewelry as a tool, or jewel crafting as a tool? They're pretty generic with the types that you can take, but you can pretty much say.
But it's
that
all
you-
star metal.
Yes.
So it's
You're
rings I
shaping
glue.
them, not crafting them.
Yeah, it was star metal.
Okay, that would be, which is a survival check. But you could add your ranks in star metal farming. And your proficiency.
My proficient in survival. So. Calculator. How many ranks do I have in Star Battle? I think it's 3. Yeah. So 65.
Okay, extremely impressive. He doesn't speak on it initially. You don't, directly present it to him.
Yeah.
But you're proud of it. Not a single tool mark whatsoever. Very fluid. All right, do we have any other preparations we want to make before we head in there?
We'll switch out my rings.
Okay.
Don't mind shedding.
That's always a good idea.
And then this one too.
The rings adaptation.
Wait, so if my adaptation was extreme, does that mean Gildred could survive on Mercury?
Not that extreme. But you could have stood next to one of those pools of molten iron and not been bothered by the heat at all. It will allow you to sleep inside a volcano as long as you're not in the lava.
That extreme cold, like
You sleep in Antarctica or on a glacier.
radiation means
To survive radiation.
Mhm.
You wouldn't get radiation poisoning. It doesn't affect you.
and the deep sea means
You use some of the Mariana Trench. The pressures will not crush you.
and the extreme pressure comes there.
That's other types of extreme pressure.
Does space mean I can breathe in space? The space adaptation?
You've
I'm
got all the necessary use.
I'm going to recast mage armor. And I imagine Joe Love has once again faded.
You guys did spend a little bit of time. You activated it. Yeah, it would have faded because they flew for about 2.5 hours over the swamp.
Oh wait, this time before casting.
All right, I assume we are all ready to go into the next realm, which we've designated as Doth Tarath's realm. Okay, we toss the coin down. This time, instead of grayish light, there's like a dull yellowish glow, and a curtain of sand rises. You guys step through, you see exactly as described, a completely bleak, almost unbroken landscape of what looks to be just some fine-grained yellowish, almost egg yolk colored stone. Stretches as far as the eye can see. The sky is overcast with mustard colored clouds. It's just very bleak and depressing, and a few broken spots. You can see plumes of smoke and cracks and the river of molten lava flowing beneath that as well. You don't see any signs of movement initially as you look around. There is no air to stir. You all don't notice any smells here. This time, all you smell is fresh air.
Wait, this whole thing is made out of stone.
Yeah, that's what we'll see. And as dreadfully boring as that is, we're going to end the session. We're going to go ahead and call it there before we get into too much. It's getting super late.
Okay, what time is it?
1:00 in the morning already.
8:34.
Yep, I'm gonna go
5 hours with this one.
fall into a coma. That's what I'm about to do.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go sleep soon as well. Seeing as it's like nearly 6:30, or just after 6 here.
Not picking on you anymore, Aurora.
I'm taking on girl.
I don't know, the demon wasn't picking on me. He specified that I had to be part of the deal.
You did show off. You did show off your beauty.
I wasn't the one doing all the talking, right?
You don't smell like pure magic or anything.
Yeah.
All right. My highlight was somebody coming out of their shell and hemming up the bad guy in short order.
Hey, you for giving me the idea. I wanted to do that for some reason for a long time.
Yes, thank
My,
you.
my highlight was I was following orders and someone else disobeyed them.
I got a highlight. 626 combination attack with Aurora on a door.
Making a door.
Yeah, the door was on like this.
That was door opening Greystone way.
He taught us well.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
joke highlight was when everyone was like, yeah, Talia's gonna fuck this up. Talia's gonna fuck this up. Talia didn't fuck this up. Someone else did, Gildred.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
you're the one that said Bes's name and immediately made him hostile.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I was still gonna be talking to him.
he was going to continue talking.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I
no.
see why that was interpreted the way it was and why
Yeah.
Gildred responded the way he did.
As soon as I felt there was trouble, I said, pocket dimension.
And probably the woman had no
Guys, I
idea.
wrote notes.
She did.
Wow. You wrote more than me then.
Notes in my little.
All it took was a pretty notebook to make her write notes.
Yeah, pretty notebook. Yeah.
I wrote notes.
Oh my
It's the
god, that's a
glitter, it
lot of
keeps your
notes.
attention.
Yeah.
I didn't write that many notes because obviously I was doing a lot. I think the first battle was fun as well, jumping across wyverns from. Yeehaw!
Yeah, I enjoyed that quite a bit. I didn't want to have the combat drag on too long because I wanted to cover some ground too.
Oh,
There was
it
a couple of
didn't,
other times I thought about throwing a battle in, but I really wanted to get some progress done.
I'm just glad we were able to skip the entire maze. Maze did not sound fun. Maze sounded like it was gonna be painful. With us, we would have fought the entire way through that maze.
It would have been a series of really annoying rolls.
My favorite moment though is becoming a demon.
I knew you were gonna have that highlight.
How could she not?
which
Not just a demon.
which I'm going to approach that subject in time. It was not the right time for that though.
He's
But
over there cracking his
if
fucking knuckles.
you don't tell it, no, I'm not. I'm clamping my hands because there wasn't a good moment to bring it up. But we'll have to discuss that.
Well, after this Demon Lord, we will most likely have to try and rest. Because I'm gonna have to cast Share the Love again. That's 35 energy points every time I cast that to get it on everybody. And I imagine we're going into a fight, so I'm gonna use spells. I'm gonna be drained pretty bad. So
Don't you have that mansion spell?
have what?
Mansion spell?
I will need 30 minutes after we're done fighting whatever we're doing to get the mansion spell.
Okay, that's worth it to have a peaceful place to sleep for the night.
Well, if it's anything like the last round, we'll probably have fights before fights.
Which concerns me a little bit, but
There's certainly minions in there.
oh yeah.
Half my notes is just notes about the fight.
I mean, I guess I could have taken an extra 30 minutes in your pocket dimension to get my spell switched over, but I didn't say that.
All right,
I was gonna say you could do that.
I
Speed it
gotta
up
get.
So we're not in.
Except for the
the
DM ability
abyss.
retroactive, we go back and change that spell out. The plan the whole time was to change the mansion. I just didn't think to do it right then.
You all have a good night. I gotta get some sleep.
You too, Dion. Have a good
Night.
one.
Well, good night, Bubba. We'll talk to you.
Right.
I'm really happy I got to do stuff.
I'm gonna stop the recording.
Mm,
Or you do
yes,
the-
we should stop recording.
Yeah, it's a good time for that.